o'clock. Do my cool down, change my clothes. So that was my 4 days, and now I have a couple of days off. Everything's fine at the grocery store. So like I said, I don't see mayhem in the streets. So there was never a reason to shut me off. It's all a bunch of nonsense, like I said. Oh, I already did that today. So, like I said, God's forcing you now to talk about a little bit of reality. And eventually this nonsense ends, that nonsense ends, all the nonsense ends. So apparently, from what I can gather, you still have groups of your people that made up that they were in a safe zone and you can go to a safe zone. It's the entire land piece. Okay, so you're hearing the same thing that I'm hearing, but you're distorting it through your own desires, okay, because you're not me. So it reiterates to me certain things because you were told to put 100,000 people into a grave so that housing is available, and that there was a bit of time when people were building more housing. That's not needed, but it gave you something to do, and it gave the impression that everything was normal and okay, and people could move into those areas. So it's a problem population already 12 and a half, 13 years deemed criminally deranged. So again, I'll reiterate to you about subjects that I've had to observe for 13 years. They're not going to be able to care for themselves, and there's no one to care for them. So it's the compassionate thing to do. So it's a brain plague that was already going on before the nuclear weapons began. The nuclear weapons give you mostly lung cancer so that you don't end up laying in bed starving to death, covered in urine and feces and bed sores. It's not a nice way to go. So, if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. Yuck. So, different species. Not for me to judge. Just keep it away from me. Can't be with the one you love, honey. Love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. So, when you started showing up at a Dollar Tree I was at, to taunt me about telephones that I can't get, and then to taunt me about you gave yourself 6 months free internet on tablets I can't get. What is that? You could never figure out science things like coffee, head down phone, maritaling, or the dude at South Station, or the Aaron Carter business, because you don't have the brain power. So apparently it becomes taking things from people and displaying like literal just retarded animals. Okay. So enjoy ionizing radiation, having no immune system, and being bombarded with free electrons till you die. That's it. That's all I got to say to that business. I don't know if that's a retort or what that is. Oh yeah, I was saying this into the phone on the way back here. Just imagine being like Vladimir Putin, Benjamin Netanyahu, the governor, the attorney general, the police, the FBI, the Secret Service, just some person in a DTA office that maybe has a degree in social work, but I doubt it. Okay, so this letter that says that Mary Lagore, 401 a month medical disability, was shut off because she didn't cooperate with Social Security. Can you explain what that means? Right, because it doesn't say she didn't get something from Social Security denying it, and it doesn't say she didn't submit a form, neglected to submit a form. Can you explain what that means? Does it have anything to do with issuing a stay away order to the entire MBTA when she was in a shelter in Quincy to trap her there? Does it have anything to do with that? Is that part of Social Security? Like when there's court on Facebook and there's a political campaign on Facebook, fact checking, submit for our review, and there's Social Security cases in a courtroom, okay, and there's warrants to get your food. At any point is that severe dementia beyond being criminal, but at some point is it dementia when you're blending it all in together and like revealing a bunch of stuff about yourselves. Like nothing about the past 13 years was not known by you or a mistake. Even when it says assault weapons offense. Okay. And then that means that gets incorporated into the dementia too, right? When do we expect full surrender? Okay. And it's the brains that are dying are trying to reason a reality when they were told several times. It's just anything you say just goes. It's like asking me a million times what was going on, and I tell them a million times. I think they're using nuclear weapons. That was a good 6 months to a year. I think they're using nuclear weapons. I think they're using nuclear weapons. I think they're using nuclear weapons, and then I still think they're using nuclear weapons. Yeah, yeah. So I also can't imagine that it's not alarming to someone that a couple in their 50s died within 5 months of each other from cancer in this state, not in California, not in Gaza, in Massachusetts. It is cold. So yesterday was pretty warm. Okay. What was the temperature 2 days ago? Do you recall? About 60 degrees. Okay, so that's pretty cold. Pretty cold. So I made it through with my ankle. Seems to be okay. And my knees. So lungs are clear. We're good to go through April 19th, and then we'll see if we can get 100,000 people with the proper burial, and then the next 100,000 people. See what they decide about these 2 trains and that bus, and why, in fairness, why people are taking trains and buses to my location when I can't take a train or a bus. So the grocery store is over there. You'd get off at High Park. It's called Fairmont if you needed to get to the grocery store to feed me. So there's plenty of people living out here too, but I kind of doubt those people are living in town Boston. It's pretty expensive in there. Right, if something happened, then we have Mattapan. It's right there. Mattapan is right there. It's right down the street from that grocery store. Not Star Market needs Mattapan people. Just have a bus go from there, and rather to go to Quincy Star Market, it goes right to High Park Stop and Shop. Even though I'm not even going to be able to shop there, and I'm expected to care. I mean, I don't want people to starve to death. Please don't get me wrong, but some of the stuff is a bunch of fucking nonsense. You seem to have no problem every time a SNAP food card shut off, but you can't have people literally starving. I'm not you folk. Okay. But in terms of your profound insanity, I don't even have an active fucking SNAP card. You can't even hold that shit over my fucking head. You don't know what you're doing in terms of hostage taking. But anyways, um, that bus that goes from Matta, if you're trying to threaten people here, that bus can go right to this fucking Stop and Shop and not Quincy. They are not going to want to keep going there when they find out what's been going on out there. They don't live there, so they don't go, where is this person? Where is that person? Where is this person? They're probably all dead in the ground from cancer. All of the material has to be put out all over the planet, right? But in theory, it just depends on what the next 100,000 people's makeup is. You'll find out when they house them there. If they're all fucked up like the people out there now, then they're just going to be put in a grave too. Right? Just that's different than families that are ill and they're going to care for each other. Hopefully that makes sense. Because there's a woman that was going to build housing on Martha's Vineyard for them. There's people caring for family members like the Wakefields that are dying from cancer and old age. Not they're just disgusting drug addicted sex offenders that are their underlying is already ill and retarded. Right? It's like, yeah, there's a brain plague. I don't know if they're all going to end up like that. That's you have to have the drugs and alcohol available to end up like that, by the way. I'm not sure they're all sex offenders. Just the verbiage coming out of these two people doesn't sound like the verbiage on the corner the other day or the verbiage out there. Right, you just have to understand the nature of those people. Um, Quincy was the first city in the United States of America for their police to be issued Narcan. So it's a problematic population. That's why there's a shelter there, and there's a shelter in Brockton, which is another problematic population. Apparently, I guess I'm kind of jumping to conclusions about what I've been told. I haven't lived there. Um, about rampant prostitution, for one thing. So that means that you clearly have a population of sex offenders and drug addicts, because why would anybody be a prostitute? Doesn't make any sense. Right, like after experiencing these people for 13 years, you go, I think that they're mentally ill and the prostitution is an excuse. I started talking about that a few years ago, about the drugs being free. I'm sure the cops knew this a long time ago, but you just go, the drugs are free. I'm not understanding the prostitution. And then you go, okay, it's just a bunch of crap. Like they're mentally ill. Like their brains are sick and they're trying to reason what they're doing. Exactly. If I'm going to do my hair, I'm going to start combing it because I haven't been combing it. So, no, I'm not going to do it. I might do it tomorrow. I'm going to probably just rinse it. I don't even think I'm going to wash it. It doesn't really appear to be dirty, but in order to decontaminate, probably because I didn't wash my face, I have a little bit of an issue with my eyelid. You got to wash the stuff off. That's why that's what part of the issue with having a disgusting, depraved population there. They're forcing people to stay in radioactive debris. So they're being put down because they're criminally deranged. That's pretty disgustingly deranged. I told you, they forced me outside in the middle of a nuclear campaign in January. I'm pretty sure they realized what was going on. That's why they forced me out there. Right, you have to remember the whole entire incident about being forced out to a house. They forced me out there as a hostage and then forced me outside as they're being attacked. That's not going to stop you from being attacked. You're criminally deranged. You have to be attacked. Even if I got murdered out there, you're still going to be put down. It has nothing to do with that. So if you could really get that out of your heads once and for all, it seems like you probably did, because it really didn't seem like yet that you were trying to force me back out there last year, even though the fucked up shit you did indicated that you were. Like, you didn't make any sense. You vacillated between threatening me and then shutting off the food card, so I'd have to go out there. So you didn't make any sense to what you were doing, in case you didn't know that, which is commonplace when your brain is dying. Like you flipped out, I think, and tried to say something about why you're in the commerce, because it was explained to you about the commerce clause, and you flipped out and did Antichrist. It has nothing to do with Mary Lagore, because I didn't ask you for money in 2022. I never gave you an application for a disability. I never even saw my doctor, but yet you still sent me threats. So you were already flipping out. Someone explained it to you, and you knew it was fucking true because you're retarded. You're in the Commerce Clause. You're not out of the Commerce Clause, and you can never get out of the Commerce Clause. So, anyways, and you're guilty of crimes against humanity. So then you did like both things where you shut off a SNAP food card, which is supposed to force me to go out there. That's not going to stop anything. Died right along with you. Almost 53 with the medical condition. I mean, you would think you would get it. Eventually, it becomes nothing I can do for you because I know there's nothing I can do for you. There's not really anything else you can take from me. And I don't have a white picket fence and children because you took my children, murdered them. I don't have dogs. You took my dogs, murdered them. So I don't have housing. So you're at the shit end of a stick for sure. God had to explain it to me because clearly it's very stressful when you shut off someone's complete ability to get food. That's pretty stressful, and throw them outside repeatedly. So that's pretty stressful. But then God explained it to me that you actually go into like a manic frenzy like she used to do when she kicked me out. And she'd force him to drive out there and get me, and she'd be all shaky and worried and shit. That's what you do every time you shut my snafu card off. Because you're doing it to try to bring me out there like that has a meaning when it doesn't. You might get it now with the weather shifts and stuff, unless you're telling yourself it's because I'm not out there. I was out there last spring and it was going on. Right. So trying to trap me there. And then is it like then when they stop bombing you here, then you'll force me back here and they'll stop bombing you here? It doesn't work like that. That's what Benjamin Netanyahu's talking about. Does it seem like he can't see you doing that? I know, like, I don't know if they thought they could avoid it and move around. That would be sad. If they could move around and avoid it, eventually you'd get tired of doing that, right? It's the whole land piece. It's the planet. There's only a safe zones, and it's not on this land piece. It's not on North America. So just don't bother. Anybody that's supposed to be in the safe zone is already in it. So I'm trying to set up a quasi safe zone in the city of Quincy where people can psychologically, right, believe they're in a safe zone. Okay, so we'll see if the public of 7 million people decides that that makes sense when they're repeatedly, it's explained to them who those 100,000 people are. Some of them went out there. I saw the video. So some people did do that and went, what on earth? Yeah. So Right. Some of it is like the likes of people that would use me to get free housing, free tablets for 6 months, but refuse to hand me one, refuse to hand me a cell phone. Get it? Those people could be 25 years old, but they're demented animals. They're completely psychopathically deranged. So when you realize what these people have been doing, then you understand a kill zone. Ugh. Oh wait, am I doing? What am I doing? Statues. Ding, ding, ding. The sphincter of your gallbladder. Coffee, head down, phone, marital ring. That's time. No, he just tells me. I'm not a med student. Nope. I'm gonna put my wrist, okay. Oh, let me do this first. That was a long one. Yeah, that was a long time. I don't know if people were complaining before about not having enough time. I get a check. I don't even know, but I'm pretty sure we're only getting 1 day off, and then it's supposed to warm up again. So, unless that's like the regular air temperature right now, because tomorrow's March. So, I'm not a farmer's almanac, but I don't think it's that unusual for it to be 50 degrees in March in New England. So, it'll become. It's not as noticeable in the spring and the summer because even in April, someone thought 88 degrees in April was not. Do you have any questions about the weather? After refusing to approve every stipend and actually telling me I have warrants. So there was a definite, Yeah, definite issues last April. All right, well, how about a winter without any snow, and then we'll see if that's you're still not supposed to be approving every stipend. It's January 6, 2021. And why is the SNAP food card not loading? What does that have to do with the Commerce Clause? I know, just could you imagine you think you're in a military or something, and then you go, you think you're in a military? Why would I need to be like this if you just do whatever you want without reason? How is that making sense in your brain matter? I'm not sure I am in charge of you. I don't believe that I am since I'm not in the military. Just why would you need to hold a US citizen hostage? That's how the US military functions. Seems deranged. They can. There was one working at the shelter that, from my view, appeared to believe she was in the military and holding a private U.S. citizen, a homemaker, hostage in another state. So, anyways, some fluids. It's not just water. I'm trying to avoid the splash. I think it's about 4. So what do I want to do? Wash these things 50 times, and then yeah, I might as well. Why rush myself when tomorrow's an off day, anyways? Like because yeah, if I'm gonna go, well, it's this time. Should I just? I suppose I could just put the chicken in the oven. It's not Friday. It's Thursday though. Okay. It's gonna take an hour for the stuff to cook anyway, and that's 5 o'clock. I suppose. Because if I had chicken already cooked, it'd be a little bit different story. But I do have to cook it. So, oh yeah, the beans too. Chickpeas probably will cook in an hour. So let me. I don't think that's out then. If I get hungry later, I have almond butter. After my dinner now, I have butter and fruit. Oh yeah, that vegetable tray too. I need to stop putting some of that in my salad. Before that spoils. Let's be back in a boy, I'd have to actually bring this stuff with me. All right. I should probably go back down there about 4:30 and just check on the beans to make sure they're not over boiling. Sometimes chickpeas will make like a whole bunch of foam. But yeah, so hopefully I'll remember 4:30. This thing. It'll be about 5 on the, at least 5:15. So let's drop it. Yeah, I'd rather overcook them a little bit than have them undercooked. I think there's actually more of them than that package last week. I don't think there was 10 of them. I think there was like 8 of them. Wait, 2, 4. There might have been 7 of them. Yeah, because I know the first day was 4 drumsticks, and then I think it was 2 more meals, wasn't it? So there was 7 of them. This one's like 10. So it's going to be a little bit bigger package. And I got each one, the skin came off. It was like amazing. I don't know if that's ever happened before. But yeah, I would think grippy gloves probably solve that problem. But so that's doing that. It'll be about at least an hour and a half till I eat. So check the weather in a second. I slept pretty late this morning. I slept till about 10 of 9. I woke up about 6 o'clock to use the toilet, and then I went back to sleep because when I close those things, I don't sleep as late, obviously, because the sun comes right in the room and wakes me up. So I sleep later with the blinds closed, but clearly that traffic too. And it's worse come the spring because you want the windows open. So I would love it if they closed this road off, but no, we're going to close off. There's a reason why. I'm sure they're going to close off a road at Condon Park, and then they're satisfied by that when it has no meaning. They're not going to stop people from driving through Dedham. It's a total and complete extinction. So Dedham is not marked out as a safe area. There's no safe area on this land piece currently. Uh, like I said, we'll see what happens in terms of other people and ultimately God about setting up a quasi psychological safe zone where people can believe they're in a safe zone, just like people want to believe they have measles and they have a virus. Okay. It's not for me to dictate what they're doing. So I'm not sure that's really contributing to my hostage situation. I think at that point in your life, you probably really just, even more so, just focused on yourselves. Everything becomes completely and totally about yourself as a primate, especially towards the end of life. So, right, I'm sure the F everyone and F God, I'm sick now, business begins, I'm sure. Anyways. Just relaxed. I'm just enjoying being relaxed. As I explained, when I went to the shelter last spring, I was just sitting in the library like this. Again, some of that stuff is probably highly disturbing to a drug addict that can't settle down. And for some reason, some of them fly into rages of hatred toward you. So um, then when I got the phone and I was just on the phone laughing, it probably made it even worse. Yeah, I mean, he's in full panic mode from what I can tell from those first 3 days, most of the time of his life. So, oh, no, I already went over that. About the thing with the gallbladder. Yeah, I already went over that. I guess let me see what the weather is. I'll start off with that, and I can't forget about 4:30, just to check on the beans. All right, so they're saying it's 33. I told you it's very cold outside, especially after just being 60 degrees, and Right. Of course, as soon as I say it, the wind isn't blowing, but it was extremely windy. So that's why I had to keep taking the fur coat off and on. It's that cold that I had to put the fur coat off and on. That means it's cold. Because the thing is so warm and just the nature of me. And it's like a new thing where I'll cool off as I'm walking. It's like some weird phenomenon. Yeah. I don't think that ever happened before. Nope. I'd stay hot. I'd start off cold unless it's summertime and a little bit winded. I don't really feel winded anymore when I start my walk, by the way, but I'd be like a little bit winded because of the glycogen depletion. And then my liver begins to release glycogen, it's converted into glucose. I'm fine. Like every time when I go, it might be because I'm not walking in the morning, but I noticed it every Saturday. Yeah, it's my body isn't ready at that time of the day, but it has to kick into mode when I start walking because the muscles are demanding it. So, right, it's the nature of the people with the polycystic liver disease. You got to release that stuff out of the cysts, like you got to force the liver to release it. So, they checked my glucose when they assaulted me at the train. They were doing it to a bunch of people because I heard them in the hospital. Right. So that's why the glucose seems high, not we have diabetes. It has to do with how our bodies function. So I don't know if those people have polycystic liver disease or they just were on keto. Okay. So, anyways, and then because we are actively exercising, we don't require that much insulin to get rid of it. Okay, so, anyways, once it takes about 20 minutes from what I can tell for it to kick in. So, yeah, if you're having that, it takes, you probably know what I'm talking about. It takes about 20 minutes. And then maybe that's what's happening with the jog walks where I'm going, because my body, my muscles and stuff are hungry. Like, what is this? And then the liver provides to it fuel. I know you just go, what? Yeah, weird. Not a good medical condition. Anyways, it's going to be 46 tomorrow, bright sunny sun, 51, 53, 51. Okay, good. Check this. Oh, yeah, I'd say this is what I was talking about how it's cloudy, and then you can see that the low is, I would think global warming with the greenhouse effect, it stays warm at night. That's the greenhouse effect. It's locking in all of the heat. Okay. Um, but then eventually, Al Gore, wouldn't it eventually get cold? Is it locking in heat from the Earth's core or something? Because if it's blocking out the sunlight, wouldn't we eventually get cold? Maybe that's what they think is going on. You're like, really? I think it takes more than 4 years for that process. Like right now, it wouldn't look like that. It would still be cloudy, right? Okay. And then does it send us into, like, if it was true, would it send us into a cooling phase? Okay. Until we all died, and then eventually that stuff would fall to the ground. Okay. Because there'd be no idiot here burning it into the atmosphere. Unless there was volcanoes, right? There'd be, I don't know, I'm just guesstimating. So, yeah, a lot of the Oz will believe that all the fuel burners are being killed off, I'm sure. So we don't need to sort of disturb that, though. We don't need to disturb that, but we need to stop holding people hostage and murdering us. That we do definitely need to stop. So I am not a fuel user. I'm the pedestrian. So Why are your people repeatedly trying to murder me? But so, all right, I did the weather. Let me check one of your news. Migrant children are sheltering in porta potties. Okay. Carnage at Gaza food aid site amid Israel gunfire and panic. Oh, how are they viewing that, by the way? Is that on YouTube live stream? Like the hotel in Dorchester purposely not giving me the internet code or a phone that even calls the front desk. Is that how they're viewing that? The people with the thermonuclear weapons. Trying to understand the brain power of the. I guess, I don't know though. I guess I never viewed, since I'm not somewhere where there's a lion, I guess I never viewed them as being sort of like violent. Um, I'm not food material for deranged animals, from what I can tell. They eat a lot of other things apparently to be that big. Um, from what I can tell, I don't know, a lot of what is it, macaroni and cheese and drumsticks. That's what I was told, and I have no idea. But I don't think that they're boiling um, U.S. citizens in oil and eating us. So the violent aggression, yes, like it's. Is that how they're viewing that through the internet? Or it's just people aren't allowed to talk about you when you're criminals that forced me to your hotel in the first place and are holding me hostage? The second I got the internet code and started quote unquote talking about them, they can't stop doing it. It's just amazeballs. Cannot stop doing it. Oh no, she didn't. Anyways, I don't think that's how they're seeing that. I'd say that's a satellite system of some sort or a helicopter. Was there any helicopters in Dorchester? Live from Dorchester. And they still tried to kill me. So that's pretty gone in the brain. Live from Dorchester. 418. Swarming food trucks. Nobody wants that here. Right, that is. They would have to drop food from the air. Right, and then you go. I think they probably prefer the trucks because they want to make sure everybody gets food. But I mean, what happens when they leave that truck? Yeah, there's not a need for it. People go insane. You could have people stealing people's food to stick it in a storage unit and it rots and no one eats it because they're profoundly insane, like a fig tree. Okay, so what are you guys doing? Whoa, whoa, what are you guys doing? I got a pocket full of figs right here. Yeah, you need to calm down. All they did is go like this, and you did you not know that you look exactly the same? That's the same clan. From my view, you're all the same now, same clan. Yeah, it's a road that people built. They probably went over there once and then a car came and they were afraid to come back over. Like, what in the hell? God. A frog in India has a mushroom sprouting out of it. Ooh, that sounds gross. NASDAQ soars to record high as markets appear unsinkable. Yeah. It's the drownings that get you. Yeah, that's what fentanyl is for. Yeah, that's definitely time for a magic carpet ride when you can't move fluid out of your lungs anymore. Yeah, that's. The dude said they have enough fentanyl to kill every American. Yeah, so there's not a reason for people to be drowned in their own fluids unless they weren't aware of what was going on. I don't know how to explain that. Were they forced out to the street after being fed nothing but lunch meat for 3 weeks until they were panting on the ground, literally, and put out in 7-degree temperatures? Maybe every time you think that there's going to be some way to stop your extinction, maybe think about that. I represent a species. What would I possibly do to defend myself against you and your madness? It's a whole population of you. I guess some of you based your eternal souls on deranged people. Like, did you meet and talk to any of these people? I mean, the people in Quincy and Dorchester know. So you just go, whoa. That is, I could put my socks on. Yeah, that's the thing. I could probably put this down now. Let's see. That's got to go over there. And then this goes here. Yeah, she was there. It's not even like that. I can't even copy him. Yeah, not that. No, I'm not to Jim Carrey. I'm not not the ventriloquist. I'm not an impersonator. Yeah. Right, I'm Carol. Yep. Carol. Oh, there we go. All right. Da-da. Just like what you saw in the films. No, I'm not doing it on purpose. No, it is funny to me though. I don't even have a TV with the wire connected to it. Nope. That's plush living. Yeah. I think I should wait till I check the beans before I lay down. Definitely. So yeah. The thing about the other laptop, which is actually kind of nice, is it doesn't shut itself off. This one apparently shuts itself off. It's weird. It's like, how does it know I'm not actively watching something? How does a computer know I'm sleeping? And then the other thing that that one does is when you close it, it doesn't shut off. So that's kind of, this is better when you close it. Say you fall asleep and wake up and something's on, you just close it and it stops. That doesn't stop. It still keeps playing. So I woke up at like I don't, was it 6 a.m.? I woke up at some point and the Ring 2 was on. You just go, do I need to do that? No, I don't need to do that. Getting ahead of myself. I started out that I was going to put my socks on, and it turned into this big thing. I got to wait till 4:30, and then I got to go check those beans. Okay, so what else do I have for news? Well, it's even worse now because I like to type and listen to headphones. I know you go, seriously? Like, it comes down to she can't type on Twitter, or it had to get rid of the fake Facebook and listen to headphones. Oh, yeah, just mother of God, the pH in your brain. Teen hides from camera in court after alleged attack that left Plymouth dad permanently disfigured. Well, we'll see. I'm not going to dictate people's likes and desires, but I think I said before there's no fat people in the kingdom of heaven. I'm not sure how a person would actually get fat when they don't have any slaves or any fuel. It's kind of not making sense because it's the lifestyle that it takes to have those carbs. You can't get fat. You ever hear about the farmers with the pancakes and the eggs and the toast and the bacon? Like, I don't get this whole thing where remember when people made up a future where you would sit down at a table and then you put a pill and you just eat a pill. They literally would. No, thank you. They don't have any love and caring towards each other in a relationship. Don't have sexual orgasms. They don't love their children. Even their dog becomes an annoyance because it needs to go outside to go to the bathroom. It has to be bathed and stuff. And now they're going to take food and eat it as a pill to try to stay alive. No, thank you. Just every single day, pancakes, this, a steak and eggs. And then, yeah, you got to do stuff. Yeah. Either that or you're a hunter-gatherer, and the food that you can hunt-gather can never make you fat. You're constantly hunting and gathering because you're hungry. So, in case you got confused about carbs, right, it has to do with, my medical condition and what's going on I think it probably has something to do with what's going on to survive a nuclear holocaust. I'm not sure that just forevermore. Yeah, that just remains to be seen. I guess to me, it doesn't matter. I'm sort of like open to a whatever because obviously I like pizza or I like bread dough, but you'd have to be able to produce those things on your own, or you have a thing like I said, like a 4-H, not its barter. Nope, that's not allowed. There's absolutely no barter or trade. Already went through all that when they first came here. So that was a lesson for some people that doesn't work. It's none of that. So if it can't make sense in your mind why nobody has to give you something in exchange for something or whatever, you don't make food. You literally don't make food. It would be like if when she used to want to knit all the time and she kept making Afghans, what are you going to do with all those? You have to just eventually give them away, right? Sell, there's no money. Yeah, to me that's an insanity, but she has it. So if that's your brain and your spirit, then you're a different species, right? Because to me, that's That would be like people with the pet rocks, because you don't have a bill to pay. I mean, you just go, I'm all set with the pet rocks then. Yeah, there's none of that. That does not exist. So, um, I don't even think your country was supposed to be run like that. I explained it. They go up there to form because they know that they have all these peaches. It's not trade. It's not barter and trade. They're gonna rot. Hey, we got all this. Who wants some? Because they were farming. Even though I personally am not sure about the farming, they clearly were farming. That wasn't me. That's what, the 1700s. You see me farming? Okay. Uh, yeah, like it's clearly there wouldn't be that many people. That's obviously what it is because the stuff doesn't actually need to be farmed. That's what birds and bees are for. It's just, I don't know if there's just not a lot of it or what the concept of the farming was. Maybe they didn't want to move around because it wouldn't the stuff grow anyway. Okay, someone explained the oranges to me, that's something they invented. Okay, maybe it was we used it for something else, or we didn't need it to be sweet or something. I don't know. Like I'm not denying that I like oranges. That remains to be seen about what is grows naturally and stuff. And then because I'm not God, if someone created someone to make orange trees, then God created someone to make orange trees. That's a long time away from what I can tell. It's sort of just like how I am now. But clearly, food was running around here. That's where it comes from. Like the trees. Okay, apples. Is that something they had to invent, or there was apples and pears and cherries? Okay. Citrus is, yeah, I'm not sure about the citrus. When I went to Italy, the man there was explaining to me about the lemons. Okay. Like, I think they're usually way bigger, but they cultivated them, in terms of the lemons in Italy. So, uh, that's sort of like a Florida and a California thing. And I don't know about the peaches. That's Georgia, right? So I don't know. I think apple trees just grow. I really do. Apples, pears, that's New England. Cherries, pumpkins, strawberries grow in Florida, apparently. So, well, what happens if you don't know this is birds eat stuff and they poop, and the seeds go in the ground and grow. So, birds do a lot of stuff, yeah. Bees pollinate stuff and then things grow. So, um, clearly, I'm not sure. Like, I'm sure somewhere seeds and nuts and berries they grow and animals run around. So, oh, 4:33. All right, so I figure probably about 5:15. I might go down there at 5 because the beans should be done by then, and then I can put some eggs on. Yeah, that's the thing. You know what I did last time? I just try to take the drumsticks off the bone and leave it in the thing, and then I know because it's hot, and I got to cut it up into a salad. So anyway, I'll go down there at 5. and deal with that. Put the eggs on. So, I know I got to try not to talk too much about food because I'm starting to get hungry. Okay, let me see what the news is. This came up in my walk. I'm going to have to figure out something unless I can formulate a thing. Yeah, because I'm used to having 224 grams of fat and whatever amount of protein per day. So in order to not starve to death because of this insanity with the SNAP food card, like what am I going to do in terms of substituting fat and protein for no reason while I wait for 100,000 people to be killed in an area where there's a DTA office and a Social Security office and a housing authority. So to me, it's that simple. Well, I mean, we're aware of it, but I was going to say not 7 million people have to be subject to it forevermore, or 320 million people, even though clearly, like I said, I'm not going to lie, all that stuff is going to be, because it's a complete extinction, but because they've gone all over the land piece. They're trying to like formulate plot plans and hold hostages and stuff. It's insane. It's God doing it. It's a brain plague. So, right, all you're doing is avoiding. You're trying to be avoided to starve to death. So stop trying to run around from it. Anyways, you don't want to end up like Gaza with the food trucks and swarming food trucks and stuff for no reason because people are doing that same panic mode like I saw in Quincy. Yeah, like there's never a reason for that. Even with the population we have, there's not a reason for it. But when you start clearing food shelves, then there becomes a reason for it. That's why you can't have free food. You were told that repeatedly. I saw what happens even when your food isn't free. You're going to listen to it whether you like it or not. Nothing can be free. Okay, I will have food and water in my mouth until I take my last breath. Okay, so 2020 is it showed me in the people with the thermonuclear weapons that you have to be put down. And now God is restraining you and controlling you more through your brain. Okay, so in order to not keep pointing that out to you, and you can have a nice Christian end of the time, then we need to clear up this situation that's going on. Okay, just no hostages whatsoever. And then a pseudo safe area, like I said. That works for me. And then we'll see what God does and what other people. And then the thing about the trains I mentioned. I think it would actually be helpful because you're indicating that people are not going to be able to have that. You get what I'm saying? Like it serves other purposes. Like it brings up the topic about how could you do that? How are we going to get there? How are you going to get there? How are you going to get from Walpole to downtown Boston? How are you going to get to a food distribution area? Okay. Why can't people that go to Boston public schools take commuter rails all over the state of Massachusetts all summer long? Why do they need to be doing that? I don't need to get in a battle war about it, but why do they need to be doing it when I can't even take a bus or a train or have a SNAP food card? How is that like conjuring in the brain matter? There's not a reason for them to be doing that. We don't need people from Boston public schools all over the state of Massachusetts via commuter rail, bus, or any other business. PT1s. T9's camera. Yeah, that's funny to me. Woman arrested in connection with Boston bank robberies. Okay. See, you don't want, no, that's Milford, not Milton. I was going to say you don't want bus drivers. They're all pedophiles. Okay. I will stab and kill you. Okay. Well, was I talking about this on the walk too? Like, is that really weird? Just that I don't want to interact with people. I'm still talking about it. Just is that perceived as weird? Okay. I will stab and kill you. Husband and wife arrested for armed robbery. I mean, I'm not robbing anybody, but you go like this. Do they have a SNAP food card? Right. I don't believe in breaking all rules, but we can't make things free. Okay. So I would presume if I went like this and called the DTA office like I did last spring, they'd renew the SNAP food pot, not the cash. Okay. I presume they would do that. I'm not saying they wouldn't do that. That's why I said you don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm the hostage. Most of you are not a hostage, right? So it helps me if you have a SNAP food card because flooding up a food pantry starves me. Okay. So it does. I'm not trying to tell people they can't go to a food pantry, but if that was your only way to get food and you have housing and you drive and you have an income, that it you don't need to buck the man at the point of the SNAP food card. You really don't. I explained it when they were driving here from Rosendale, right? Wouldn't you get EBT cash if you have a baby that needs diapers? I think there was a confusion about because they start following other people. So if they understood why people were doing that, it might cut down on it in a nice terms. Just did you go to the DTA office? Okay, don't confuse yourself with me. There's not something where they're doing this to people now. They won't stop doing it to the Virgin Mother. I'm not sure they're doing it to people now. I'm really not sure they're doing that. Okay, like there might be a small number of people. Okay, and we are homeless. It's a holocaust. So if they gave you housing, I'm finding there's some disconnect that you wouldn't have an income. It's not matching up to what I've seen them doing. I'm not trying to defend criminals, but they won't even give me housing. Even when they put those people in a rooming house now, they're helping them get Social Security. They're printing them 401 a month so they can pretend they're paying rent. Like they're the new HUD. Like they're gone mentally. So if you have housing here, right, the Social Security, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but that 401, they were signing off on everybody. Everybody. Just every person that worked at the shelter now can suddenly sign off for you to get 401 a month, but not Mary Lagoa, not the Virgin Mother. I just went through a whole rigmarole with Dedham District Court to get them to approve it, and then they shut it off in October and took the cash off I hadn't spent yet. That's October. That's why you're being nuked that heavy. It's different. It's even different than it was since April. Like nothing will get these people to stop what they're doing so fast. So that's why just welcome them dying, honestly. Okay, I will stab and kill you. Husband and wife arrested for armed robbery. So yeah, like always question everything. Okay. So what's going on? Okay. Okay, gaming monitors in a vacuum. Okay, so they probably are mentally ill. Okay, why do people need gaming monitors and a vacuum? Like, do they live in their car? Have they been denied an income? Because mentally ill people should have an income, right? But can't they be each other's caregiver and they both get Social Security? Doesn't that match into your new system? And then you don't have people threatening to kill you. Because the people at Walmart don't give out incomes. Okay. And there's people that love to have incidents. You ever see the Wall? They have a whole website, they have television shows, the YouTube. People find that a source of entertainment. I don't. Okay. Some of the things that people do is so disturbing to me because it's so cruel. Okay. So he's 55, she's 55. Okay. So they're drug addicts. Um, yeah, I mean, not the gabapentin, because apparently they give that to people who have a dementia diagnosis or Alzheimer's. Cocaine, I don't think is usually a prescribed medication. Even sometimes oxycodone is, but not cocaine. Okay. Are they selling it? Are they drug dealers? Officers responded to the Walmart. Like, they could be drug addicts and one of them was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and so they have gabapentin. Okay. So obviously that happens too. Uh, I'm not a judge, right? This is just me reading something. Reports, okay. So they just tried to walk out of the store with it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're a Walmart employee, but that's their job. They're in loss prevention, yeah. So um you might think to just say, I don't want to put people's lives in danger, and I don't like all this business. I don't. But again, it's not food. It's not even toilet paper or clothing. So do they have incomes? Okay. If you're in housing and you have incomes, just buy the gaming stuff. Okay. Uh, that's first off. If you're in housing and you have incomes, just buy the gaming and the vacuum. Maybe save a couple months to get the equipment. You will stab and kill you. Don't you see what I have in my hand? Okay. Yeah, because nothing can be free. And right, people can't just walk out of Walmart with stuff, but hopefully they're not really doing that with food unless they started having a severe problem where it was like truckloads of it. Okay. Hopefully they're not doing that with food. They just sort of look the other way, hopefully. But I am not learning to break all rules, and food can't be free. And you know that there's people who will not steal food, like myself. So, in terms of the SNAP food card, I don't know if that's what it is. When honestly, they know after 13 years, I'm not going to do that. Right. So that becomes bullshit after 13 years, I'm sure, with anyone like myself. Just like the laundry at the shelter, I'm not going to do it. Okay. So that's every week there'd be a made up thing. They have an obsession with me and the laundry in that place, too. It's like, I think it's your brain matter. Yeah. They are hooked on it. It's like weird at this point. It took me a while before it started seeming wicked weird, right? You just go, what is it with you people in the fucking laundry? Yeah, just all I can figure is it has something to do with the white matter in their brain. And because they're psychopathically deranged, it always comes across as like nasty things. They don't go, um, I've noticed like for some reason, I keep thinking I need to do the laundry when I already did it, or I keep like forgetting to do the laundry, or like that word keeps stuff like that. Like there doesn't even like I told you when I didn't probably tell you this part when I was reading the thing about that condition about the um, sphincter in the gallbladder. there's several things that they don't know exactly what each person is causing it. And as soon as I read the word hormones, because I think I think it's got something to do with hormones. It depends, because I don't know this and I'm not a doctor, but that people could look into for their own interest too. People find this interesting. Yeah, it's like a Rubik's cube. So, what their ethnicity is like, it doesn't matter. All the people that have had this, is there anything to do with ethnicity? And then, if they were eating, what's it called? Tempura? Is that what it's called? Tempura? Okay. Were they eating a lot of tempura? No, not the computer system. Okay. All right, because it's fried. Yeah, that's at first I was thinking fried food, and then the word tempura, and then if they were using genetically modified, like first it was were they eating a lot of tofu? It could it be genetically modified soy, and then something about canola oil. Are they using canola oil? If it's messing with their hormones. Let me see. Genetically modified canola oil. Okay. It says it's mostly used to make cooking oil and margarine. Let me see. Does it say anything about gallbladder problems? All right, they're saying it might not even say it's GMO. So maybe just avoid canola oil if you have that problem. Okay. Well, and then see if there's any improvement. Genetically modified. Did they try this already? Are they eating a lot of tempura? Like, do they eat fried foods? Okay, were they eating a lot of tofu? I went through a whole thing to get to genetically modified canola oil, yes. But yeah, it's sort of like brainstorming. So I don't know if that's the culprit or um, remember when people were going on that diet Nutrisystem and then they all started having issues with their gallbladder? That was strange, wasn't it? What exactly were they feeding them? Yeah, if it has something to do with going on a diet and then going back to eating bad foods or something. Was it after they stopped the diet? It could just be the nature. That one could be the nature of people going on Nutrisystem. Right. That could be a class of people. You'd have to know what these people are like that went on Nutrisystem and not just blame Nutrisystem for it. So I know you just go, isn't it just a diet? It's not something they give you, is it? Do they give you something like a pill or do they cook the food for you? Yeah. Could just be the nature of people that were doing it. And it's not even about just being overweight, but people that would go on a diet like that. Because you aren't they paid for it too? Okay. So well, not to be mean, it has to do with reduced capacity. Okay. Uh, I'm not seeing anything specifically. Good fats to eat with gallbladder problems. They may have told them. Let me see what it says, because let's see what it says here. Uh, yeah, like yeah, exactly. Because it's saying that avocado may be easier than avocado extract. Olives are better than olive oil. Yeah, because there's a difference between that. Okay. They're saying flax or olive oil and lemon juice. Is that why we're doing? Is that why we were doing that? Is that why we were doing lime drinks? Well, I found out it helps you digest food too. Okay, it's almost 5. I know I'm still talking. I'm still at a thing about food right here too. Uh, I'm not seeing anything specifically. They're saying flax oil's the easiest to digest. Coconut, blah blah blah. Hydrogenated fats, avoid partially hydrogenated fats, trans fats. That this says genetically modified oils, most canola and corn. They're saying to avoid that. Yeah, I'm sure they must have looked into this if they have that problem, right? Okay. Well, because I'm not a doctor, so I might be on the wrong thinking path. That's why, because I don't have a medical degree or like know anything about what I'm talking about. So, it, right, because when I hear hormones, that may not. There's other types of hormones besides estrogen. I always go right to that. So that's what made me start asking about soy because of estrogen. Right. So let me go deal with it like foods. I got to deal with food. Let me go fall in love with food. Let me prepare a bunch of food for kissing and consumption. All right. Let's see if this fits in the trash bag. I put the stuff in a Ziploc bag so it wouldn't take up so much room in the refrigerator. None of it is even close to being bad, so that's good. I didn't want to take up too much room in the trash. All right, so it takes a while to get it done. Just the words and phrases don't really mean anything. It's just someone who has dementia that begins to have like a wicked issue because I'm in her territory. I don't even know if it's so much about the food anymore, but just that. How long was I gone for? 30 minutes about. Yeah, that's definitely her tolerance level. Like she can only stand me down there for about that time because she was already, it started to get to the same words and phrases as always. Asking me questions. I say I don't know because if I say anything else, it's an attack. And then even saying I don't know becomes an attack too. Just clearly the person has dementia. Just why are you attacking the Virgin Mother? Was I attacking her? Because that's probably what she'd say. I just say nothing, like, just, I don't know. Isn't it amazing how nobody knows anything, that everybody is so dumb? That's dementia. Okay, thank you for fishing for an argument you're not having with me. And then it rolls into she's a nun. Just anything she can ask me to start a fight. Something about did I bring them here? No, I wasn't with you when you came here. I was in the shelter. I don't recall you being in the shelter. And then she starts making up a story because that's what her species does. Just every day you invent a reality for yourself that isn't true. That Tommy and I came here and then brought her here. Because she's me. You can really, it can be shocking how mentally insane a person can be. Like I went down there and she had taken a cover. I left and put it on top of my beans. They would have boiled over had I not timed it. Per the Almighty. Once you cover something up, it's gonna boil over. Anything is an excuse to touch my food. That's what God would allow her to do. I already explained about when I opened up a mayonnaise from the food pantry that someone literally stuck their finger in and took none of it out. It can be shocking how mentally insane a person can be. You're not a nun, Barbara. Mm-mm. I know that I am a nun. You're not a nun, Barbara. I'm sure the Catholic Church has a whole procedure a person has to go through to be a nun, not just people run around saying they're nuns. We had one of those at the shelter too. She's nice enough to me because she gives me testimony about herself, so I don't want to be mean. But I saw her this past time and I discussed her Social Security with her, and she goes, "Oh no, I got it on a medical." What the fuck? You just told me during the time. She probably was just like her. She didn't get it on a medical. She told me herself. She kept trying to get it on a medical. And then someone said to her, "Why don't we just put it in for a psychiatric?" And then she got it. That's what she told me. She gets it on a psych, not a medical. Which thing is the lie, Laura? Did you lie to me then, or you're lying to me now? She's the one that explained to me, which I appreciate, that a little bit of bad stuff is good. I forget the word she used. Basically, human torture, because it gives people energy. It can motivate people to do things. Okay, so that would qualify someone on a psychiatric for sure. She also was kind enough to tell me that she was trying to track down all of her genetic material, everyone that was like genetically related to her. It's a different species. I don't dictate their behaviors and thoughts. I listen to them, and that's how I do what I do. And some of them on the other side don't like it. Right? If that was a psychiatric hospital, some people on the other side don't like it. Oh, how do you know all this? Because I just spent 12 and a half years in a psych ward. On top of 52 years. I'm not a nun. That's what I said. It's like a nun. That's their nun. There's no other nun interacting with them. Oh, yeah. Criminals who started this insanity in 2008 now think they're running nunneries out there. It's called depersonalization. Maybe Barbara was in a shelter. And Mary and Tommy came here and then brought Barbara here. Whoa. She was saying something about she was giving testimony last night. what was on TV last night. That's a narcissist. So if you folks could stop calling all your ex-girlfriends narcissists. I tried to explain it to you. It's a mental condition so insane you can't believe a person is like that. That's why I believe that's what primates think. Get it? Because they are primates. It's how you learn. You study that. You study this. Maybe that's what God was saying. You study that. You study this. You go, spooky. Ever see them out in the jungle? They all think that's their self. Why is myself over there? One love. I'm all set with that. And I have poison ivy. Whoa. Alex. She's wearing long pants now because she has, was it poison sumac? She has poison sumac. Alex. Get back to Ashley. Get back to Elizabeth. This is Rebecca Donahue has it too. Her son confirmed it. I wasn't even sure she had narcissism until 2020. So that was good to meet one of her children. And because she was saying she was 49 and her son goes, "You are not 49, you're 48." Because I was 49 at the time. That's why she keeps trying to go out with every dude she thinks I like because she has narcissism. She literally thinks she's me. Like, they do weird stuff. Huh? That would be like if someone came in here going, "What the hell are you doing in here?" And I go, "What do you mean, what am I doing here? Who the fuck are you? What do you mean, who am I? Mary." And they'd go, "What the fuck?" and call the cops, and then the ambulance would come. And I don't know, I suppose I would think everyone was insane. And they'd have to ask me if I had a photo ID. And this is the thing, Michael Flora. Everything that's bad about them, they project onto, in her case, it's me. And everything that's good about me, she absorbs into herself. So someone like her, when you know that she's depersonalized to me, the second she says shit about me that's bad, it's something about her. Alex. This is a lot. It's 4 drumsticks. I know. I probably shouldn't have done that because you go, wait a minute. 10? That should have been 5 meals, right? No, I do more than 2. Whoa. 3, 6, 9. No, I did do it right. One of them would have 4 if there's 10 of them. So I did do it right. It's just it's going to be 4 meals and not 3, right? No, it's going to be 3 meals. 3, 6, 9. So it's 3 meals. Again, how did that? It had to have been one of my brain is going. Yeah, it had to have been 3. There must have been 10 of them then. Yeah, there must have been 10 of them. 3, 6, 9. So one of them had 4, and that's 10. Okay, so it's the same package as last time. Here we go. This is the thing, though. Like, yeah, if you could depersonalize into Mary, that would be great because I'm not going out with her and not Mia, who I said I liked. Thank you. There we go. Good work. White shirt, awesome. Beach, taking a walk, awesome. It's not that she was, but that it was probably freaking him out. Right, then it's like you're trying to be my daughter and not my mother anymore and not my girlfriend. I get it. That would be a reason he would go, you should have Mary come over. Not he wants to go out with me. I know that. I'm sure he doesn't mind spending time with me though. I mean, come on. Babysit. No, they don't. It's just who can understand the way their brains function? They just won't ever accept that. So that's why I said it can become, I guess, hurtful. It's kind of a weird thing too when they ask to know where their children went. You don't even believe in it though, right? You just they went to heaven. All due respect. That's probably what that Sylvia woman who used to be on Montel Williams all the time. Uh-oh. Somebody broke something. But, right. How many minutes was that? That's why I stay out of it. It can't be any different than what I just went through. Did you hear any of that commotion when I was down there for 30 minutes? I've only been up here for 15 minutes. She was in there the entire time. I had to keep dodging the wheelchair, but I mean, right, it's done purposely and it's not my business. That's why I stay out of it. Oh, yeah. Probably her entire marriage to Tom Kent. Anyway, I was talking about something else, so I'm not talking about that. That's right, I was talking about my father. I'm not going to spend 50 some more years talking about these people. So, does he do that too? I don't know. I'm asking, I could be making up stuff. Does he do this too? It would just be funny. It doesn't mean I'm saying he does. It seems he might, if he's Italian, ever do that in his life when they're talking. I don't even know now what I was talking about. It's a beautiful morning. Well, that is at issue because, yeah, I guess I could put it in the freezer. I forgot about Carb Week because that's a lot of days for chicken, unless I'm going to put chicken and not tuna fish. Yeah, because, yeah. Excuse me. They won't accept it, damn it. Right. So just tell them, every single one of them, they went to heaven. Yeah, so it's almost like every person ever that came into a church asking that, they probably do the same thing, like they all have dementia and they're going to do that argument. Okay, well then, that's why we just tell people they went to heaven. It's like a process of learning after interviewing one, after another, after another, after another. So they all get told the same thing. It's better to discuss it like just me explaining myself. I don't view having children in the same manner. Like every time I say that, all I can think is the manner. But I don't view that in the same manner. Right? Like they cannot accept it because of the way that their species is. Their family is a part of them. They can't accept that they'd be reborn to another family and that would be their bond. They can't accept it. It's too hurtful to them to even contemplate that. So, I mean, it's definitely true now. They went to heaven. I have no idea. I don't know that. I would only get a glimpse from interviews before you guys go. I guess if it's true, we're getting so far from a married couple. Everything isn't about romantic love. Um, a married couple that they believe they're going to be reunited in heaven. Okay. Are they doing this going home business? That has to be discarded, atheists and clergy members, and it has to be completely discarded because it's a nonsense phrase by me. It's part of psychological suggestion. And we heard from the woman who deals with Alzheimer patients that they say that. Right, meaning they're copying something I reported. So that can't be God telling them something about themselves because they're not my species. Right. Get these people home, whatever the hell that means. Do they believe they were sent out on a walkabout? Are they coming home, America? Hmm. I think you have to be heir of Ka to be coming home, heir of Ka. Just the way he has it set up. What's that? Why does it have a star on it? What's a real my ID? Yeah, Nicole. That's why you were asked that, Johnny. What's a real my ID? It's the whole land piece. Yeah, it's not just Massachusetts. That didn't exist. My father choose it. You're in a delusion. You actually can't. Nope, you actually can't. That's why you were told protection over. You can't. Nope. Well, you'll be all right. God's going to take care of you. It's just you can't encroach on my land. You broke the agreement and you initiated the other agreement. You can't take my children. I know you didn't know. Ignorance doesn't matter in your law, right? I came to you people in 2011 exactly what happened to me. They were all minors. That could have been settled at that time, and you went bonkers. So it's just the Passover anyway. You're not being judged. God already did that. Your kingdom is not an everlasting kingdom, so you have to transition into another form. Definitely not a reason to panic. No. Mm-mm. I'm sure they all go through it, like um, when they show them their X-rays. So this isn't gonna. everybody on earth, everybody that was ever born. So what to do about I know on the walk is funny. I will. It's not good. It's actually not funny, but I'm assuming that him and his wife don't even know about this. Okay, good. I don't even mean it like that. I'm sorry, because it shouldn't be funny. Right? It's like I'm being inappropriate. It's just I guess maybe I'm overjudging myself because it's funny, but it's not like serious like that. Just funny, but yeah. Like I'm on, no one can hear me, Sarah Silverman, but the people on the phone, and I'm like, I don't have to know who this person is, but does anybody know who he is? Because he might be having an issue with his gallbladder and doesn't know why he's having stomach issues or something. That's why I said it sounds funny when I don't mean it like that. Like someone must know who this person is. The nature of it, and it's been so long. He could be on the street one day and I wouldn't even know it was the same dude. Yeah. Like, cause literally, it was like, wasn't it like October? And it was literally head down, just no interest in anything but his phone. It was just one of those days where it's like, clearly, you're still not quote unquote over your breakup. And you're just like, it's a dude that totally could resemble Brian if he cleaned himself up. And then it's just funny to me because you're like, you're going to just meet someone on the train? No. But it's just, you become, maybe everybody does this after a breakup. You become a little bit sort of like desperate and stupid for about, what, a month? And then you just go, not I did anything, but like in the past, that's why people go on those drunken things and make all kinds of mistakes. Yeah. And then you just go, and this guy, yep, of course. Like he doesn't even have a right to be on the train. Just, yep, of course you're married. Just everywhere you go, undesirable dudes. Yep, of course you're married, huh? Anyways. All right, that was a big salad. Yep, 4 olives. That's how I'm able to eat the thing. That's all it takes. Well, mayonnaise has sodium too. Mayonnaise and 4 olives. That's it. And just a salad that big. 4 drumsticks, 3 eggs, and then I don't have any red onion. I explained it. Red onion works too. I don't think it works as good as 4 olives though. I didn't even chop them up. That's a good idea. If you took 4 of them and chopped them up in little pieces and spread it all out. Yeah, there you go. Talk about salt cheating. That is like severe lying to yourself like that's cocaine. It's okay because it like Brian when he was caught with that toilet. It's okay. Mary said it was okay. Mary said it's okay. You are wacko. There's no way on earth Mary said that was okay. Anyways, it's okay. It's olives. It's not salt. Put it in a shaker. Olive shaker, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, so that's the cold hard truth of it is that's why they don't want to accept it because you go, okay, so You're not really good for adoption, you guys. Yeah, not good for adoption at all. Just that's terrible. Like, yeah, that is not good. Like that steps, siblings and stuff, there's gonna be a problem because yeah, that's why I recommend that they stop doing that. I've never agreed with it. Just there clearly are people that can if they adopt a child, just like theirs. But other people, they'll say it up and down because it seems like this. That's why this is what's so sickening about it. Yeah, you wear it like a badge because that's the stoic saint thing. You could even love a child that isn't even yours, even from infanthood. You just go, whoa, never adopt anybody. Never marry someone who already has children. Yeah, that is, but I mean, it would control their behavior if they were Looney Tunes like that. Yeah. Um, and then constantly talking about it, and that's a thing. Every interview, say you're famous in every interview. Oh, and they're willing to discuss it if they love their adopted kid as much as their other kids and stuff. I don't even think they should know they're adopted unless they completely obviously look different than you. Yeah, you just, if they ever grew up and asked you, then yeah, you might not want to lie. I guess that's up to you because then you're outright lying. But I shouldn't judge it because I haven't adopted children, but I have attitudes about it because of her. She's one of those people like she had a child taken from her when she was 14 and she would still, she doesn't do it anymore, but my whole growing up she would talk about it like that. It was still her kid, you go. That's not your kid. I mean, that's especially when you have your own child and you go, that's all good and stuff, but that's not a parent. Yeah, that is not a parent. Like, I don't even think people should be like grateful that you quote unquote gave them life, right? It's just, you definitely do the child a service if you're not going to be a good parent and you adopt them out. Yeah. Right. And say that you were raped or something, you're too young. I don't mean to hurt those people. I mean, yeah. But yeah, try to really put it out of your head that you ever birthed a kid. I really think that's for the best. I don't believe in any of that stuff about tracking down people that, yeah. Maybe they're saying that's what they think about it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they view it like that, like adoption or something. Well, I mean, I think when, yeah, I don't know. I do it to Michael Foreman and Karen. I guess why would she care? Because that's her kid, not her husband. Right? Like, what's with this thing? Like, my granddaughter's 3 years younger than me. Okay. Anyways, the cosmos fill my mind. B is quite a bit younger than her. It would be another grandchild. I have no idea. She's definitely way younger than me, but I don't know. I didn't ask her. So, I'm doing this. I guess I don't have to worry about anything else the rest of the night. In terms of like, that was a while. Yeah, that took 30 minutes. I had to um, take the beans off the stove, put them in a bowl, um, take the chicken, prepare the salad pot, take the chicken out of the oven, put that in a container. Like those stuff I'm not going to use, put it in the fridge, and then boil the eggs, deep shell the eggs, wash all those dishes. Takes 30 minutes. Take the chicken off the bones, put the salad stuff into a plastic bag from the salad tray. It's not really that long, but it's you begin to feel a little bit nervous when a person will not stop wandering around the kitchen. And it's like this, you're petrified she's going to try to touch your food, especially now with all the feces and stuff all over her all the time and not bathing. And yeah, it becomes like, I'm sure there's probably other people dealing with it. It becomes like sort of like, not really like she's going to attack you anymore. I don't feel like that, but that it's gross. Yeah, like it's gross that a person is like opening the oven, putting covers on top of stuff from a wheelchair, and touching a diaper at the same time and stuff. You just go, I can't. There's not. It's an impossible situation because she's got to move around. You just go again. These people in the rooming houses, man, just it's weird that. Well, it's hard too because they don't like you being down there. Oh yeah, because if I didn't do that, what time did I start? 4 o'clock. I would have been down there for an hour and a half. She would have flipped out. He would have flipped out. The two of them would have flipped out on me if I was down there for an hour and a half. Right. So um, it benefits to cook 3 meals like that in a day and put it in the fridge so I don't. And then you go, I know, but wouldn't she go in there and touch it? I know. That's the other thing. She might because she opens the refrigerator. So yeah. People probably put locks on things. I'm sure it's not the only people dealing with this stuff, right? Because even if you were to inquire why it looked like somebody stuck their finger in a mayonnaise, it would range from screaming and yelling or acting like they don't know who did it. Guaranteed a person doesn't admit they stuck their finger in a mayonnaise. Guaranteed. I don't see how a person would ever admit they did that. Just opened a mayonnaise that has a thing on it so you know it's opened. Okay. And then literally stick your finger in it and move some of the stuff to the side, not take any of it. Put the cover on and put it back in the fridge. A person's going to admit they did that. From things that I've listened and stuff over 13 years, I don't think they would admit they did that. It would be like screaming at you, I never did that. When they say weird stuff and then completely change what they're saying. I never said that. Yeah. And you just go, okay, well, it's going in the trash. That's why you don't even bother saying a word. It's pointless to, all it is a fight. Like, first of all, right, that's why this should not exist. I'm not needed here for these two people. Right. I explained it. I felt that someone orchestrated this entire thing because they thought it was a show that they would tune into, like Aaron Carter. But yet a show can't be I have a boyfriend in my own housing. That can't be a show. Or I'm in my own housing and various friends of mine talk to me on the live stream. That can't be a show. It has to be this. It's not going to be a show. Right? Just not going to be a show. That's why it's like not a topic. I don't know if that's supposed to be a topic. Someone stuck their finger, if that's what the person was thinking. I doubt there's a lot of reasoning going on there. It's clearly just mocking, and I would assume the person thought they were being retaliatory when that's not what they're doing. Yeah, it's completely fucked up, and that's the end of it. Yeah, just the ass looked too good in those pants, whatever it was. Anything I do, I'm sure becomes offensive as part of the venue, especially when a person's filled with envy. Just bloop, smiled too much, took a walk. Just the way she was talking. After the thing about the non-Mary's here and she's eating good foods and stuff, just like literally everything I do. But I made it through 30 minutes without anything, and then apparently, well, because that's their business. Stuff's taken out of a sink and put on the table when it's clearly not clean, so that the person come down and goes, "What is this?" Nope. That's how they communicate, and those are the things that they do with each other. That's not my business. Even breaking things, like just not my business. So, there's a couple of coffee cups that are actually mine. I've got one of them up here. Other than that, I don't own anything. Everything I owned was thrown in a fucking dumpster. It doesn't even matter what happened to the dishes that were supposed to be mine. Where would I put them? But there was dishes that from birth were supposed to be my dishes. I don't even know where they are. I haven't seen them in this house. So I would assume that someone went into that house and took them, like everything else. Who cares? But like in terms of how ill people are, I guess it becomes a desperation of like the thing in Gaza with the food. There's a reason for that? I doubt it. Okay, let me sit over here. You know, there are the complainers. Jesus Christ, man. Can I go back to college, please? Are there people that sick in a fucking college dorm? Oh my God, Louis took a shit in the floor again. Let's all go out there. Is that a conversation in a fucking college here in Massachusetts? That was going on in the shelter. That's a conversation. Someone took a shit in the floor in the bathroom. We might have to enact a new Medicaid proposal law for that. Louis took a shit in the floor again. Oh my God, the water is off again. We gotta piss and shit in a bucket. Oh my God, let's all come together as a group and talk about how we have to piss and shit in a bucket all night and how terrible these people are. That forms a cohesive unit. Let's do something fucked up and then they'll all talk about us and that will help them form a cohesive unit to each other in unity and peace in the shelter dorm. This fucking bitch, she's still sleeping with those fucking things on her eyes and doesn't even care about pissing and shit in the toilet. Oh, at the bucket. I think we should shut off her Pluto TV on her phone and then she'll care about pissing in a fucking bucket. Jesus God. Ding, ding, ding. Louis pissing and shitting on the floor. Phase 3, diarrhea with peanuts. I will stab. I will stab and kill you. I know people. Seriously, I was going to keep hanging around with that guy. I mean, yeah, I mean, you do. After a while, you go, there's nothing funny going on here anymore. Yeah, just. Don't confuse me right now. Remember that? That's a good one. Right. Like, he clearly does that because Karen totally went, she said the same thing. I said the exact same thing he did. When she was talking to me about something, I go, whoa, that was a lot of stuff all at once. Right. She said a bunch of stuff, and he goes, whoa, don't confuse me right now. And then I was like this, and Karen goes, that's right. Like basically what I was saying, that's exactly what I just said. Oh, and about the milk, I stopped to get, I was like, do you need anything milk? And then he had got milk before I got there. Yeah, don't confuse it. Like I'm not talking like he's my boyfriend. I just think it's funny. It's like when you say that, say he had a girlfriend, right? And then Karen had me over it. Say that she started going, then you go, you're not going to be able to marry him and have children because that's what children are like. Get it? Yeah, that's not going to work out for you because you're already getting angry about me. Yeah, that's bad news. I know, just we're clearly not a couple. I already explained it a million times. And you go, if you're like, yeah, if you were, say you were going out with him and you were already starting to get annoyed, why? And then after Angelina's, when I realized that I pissed myself, right? And it stunk. Then we went to the prez and like, hey, what's going on with this rash on your face? And would you like a beer? Could you imagine what people at the prez were like? Um, does he really need drinks? What's this? Like, aren't the cops picking him up and putting him in 3 days, not once but twice, while that chick was going out with him? How is he sitting in a bar with you right now? Oh yeah, just you're disgusting, the two of you. But I mean, clearly she's more disgusting than he is. You just go, this is. Don't you go out with that woman that looks like a model? Didn't we see you with her? What the fuck is this? She literally took a that would have been awesome if Karen and Michael were in there or anybody that knows me. Aren't you Mary's boyfriend? What is this? Yeah, we know who this is. She's fucking disgusting. That's Lorraine. Let me guess. Toilet, toilet? What the fuck is this? You're a disgusting piece of work. It's weird, the stuff that people do. Excuse me. It's the World Wide Web. I know if you saw me on something and I was talking about you, they don't see me on something. They probably just didn't realize this is the guy she was going out with. Oh, Jesus God. That's why I said, why did all of a sudden people that know him start showing up in Quincy Center? Probably to drag his ass back to where he came from. Yeah, just like I said, I'm not the scumbag. Trust me. He probably went up there to retrieve him the hell away from me. If I had to guess. In retrospect, yeah. Uh, because clearly people were telling him not to mess with me, and he just wouldn't listen to them. Walmart agrees to 45 million class actions. He probably told them a similar bull crap like Crystal was told about Lorraine. He probably said, she's helping me stay sober. She's helping you stay sober? Why are you kissing her in the mouth? We saw you with her. She's helping you stay sober, huh? Jesus Christ. Pentagon leak suspect jacked. Expected to plead guilty. Here's another one. So now people that have money to shop at Walmart are all going to get $500. Okay. I know, you just go, what the fuck? And they will believe that that's normal too, right? Okay. And it's going to be for food. Yeah, like a one card system. Yeah, because they have to limit it. Are they trying to convince Walmart to make food free? It can't be free. You have to limit them. If you were going to give everybody a Walmart card, first of all, I don't know if that's going to help me since I can't take a fucking train or a bus to Walmart. It costs money and you can't make things free. But I appreciate the yeah, there's a SNAP food card system where people can use that everywhere. Everyone doesn't have a Walmart, so I am sort of against it. Yes. But I find it interesting. Like, to me, it's part of the damnation, like when they gave out the COVID money. I was just talking about it earlier. Um, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a good topic in terms of being so fucking mentally deranged that you won't stop doing things to purposely fucking piss me off. Right. It's like the Antichrist, like your brains are dying, your brains are unraveling. I don't have a Walmart near me, and right, and you can see the dates. So they're already doing it again, like when they did the teachers strike. I don't know if they're just reporting it because you can't blame Boston 25 News for reporting it. Okay. If it's actually true, you would have to blame Walmart. Okay. Like it's probably God explaining to you that your brain is dying. How is that going to help the one woman on your land piece that's destitute? How is that going to help me? You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I could see people being pretty enraged at that, but we're all kind of ignoring it. Yeah, I would say we're all ignoring it. But I mean, the brutality of it, it's between October 19th and something else when they know that my shit was shut off in October. So why even pick those dates? So it's kind of like diarrhea with peanuts in it. Okay. So that's what I would say about that. I would ignore it. Right. It's just um God, in terms of God, it's just a further explanation of your extinction. Why would you ever come up with that? Like, why would you ever invent to be doing that? So, yeah, definitely dementia. Hopefully, that's obvious to everyone what that is. Right. Like, why is it 45 and then October? It's almost like saying Florida and suck my cock over and over again. Okay. So, would you say that you're aware of your extinction and you're starting to get sort of like more hatred towards me because Benjamin, did Benjamin see this? Okay. Did did the people at NATO see this? Okay. It's a Boston 25 story, but they're claiming that Walmart agrees to it. 45 million class action settlement, got it? Like class payouts may be as high as $500. Okay. Did you see this? Well, they might be in some sort of psychosis delusion. Well, we'll read it again. Where's the rest of it? They already sort of like adjusted the page. Now the story's not even there. Okay. It was just there a second ago. I didn't have to hit read more. Between October 19th, 2018 and January 19th, 2024. Anyone who purchased bags, citrus, or other weighted item in person at a Walmart store. How is anybody ever going to prove that? They might be doing one of those things, but it's clearly dementia, and it's like more attacks on me. Yeah. They might be doing that thing where they're claiming they're testing people about lying. Remember they did that with the COVID money? And then still never after 2 years of it, they still wouldn't give Mary Lagore the COVID money after testing everybody about they're liars to get money. So it might be something like that. I've seen a few things that are reminiscent of 2020. So yeah, like for right now, I'd say it's probably got something to do with God explaining to them about their binder and why more of their brain matter has to die. Is everyone sort of thinking that? Okay. Right. Like that's the, isn't that the second thing recently that's similar to 2020? Okay. That's what I would say. It's actually explaining to them again why the food can't be free. Right. Because even Walmart, maybe someone asked Walmart if they could give everybody a card, like a SNAP food card. Okay. So they're not able to do that. It might take, the federal government to deal with that at this point. Depends on what's important to them. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely dementia. So whoever did this, whoever is working at Walmart to do this, just be prepared for your brain to become sicker and sicker until you stop doing that. Like you're the problem, people. Okay. Like a SNAP food card that the government already runs, because Walmart isn't the government. We don't need to bypass the government to have food. We're not getting rid of the United States of America. Okay. You guys will never see the United States of America disassembled here. You will never live to see that. Each one of you will die in the United States of America under the Commerce Clause of the United States of America with its laws. Okay. So, the people with the thermonuclear weapons are ensuring that that's true. Okay. So, right. That's basically what I'm getting from that. It's like a continuation of weird things that have to do with me, but you're literally won't stop doing fucked up shit to me, for lack of better words. In layman's terms, you won't stop doing fucked up shit. Like you're never going to be able to figure out to stop giving yourselves things and denying me specifically, Mary Lagore, things. And you're on my land piece. But if I was anybody and you were doing it, you just literally will not stop doing it. So I would have to guess that God is explaining to you your extinction and the further progression of brain loss for each and every one of you, whoever's responsible for that action. Walmart, whoever brought the suit, whoever came up with the idea to do it, right? You would have just done like a DTA office. That's why you didn't do it, because you're not winning a war against quote unquote my one card system. We already have a governmental system that gives out food cards that can be used at any Walmart on this land piece. Okay? So it's basically a bunch of nonsense, which clearly is pretty enraging to me personally. Okay, so, well, we're gonna get little blips along the way, but clearly you're, in a thermonuclear weapons fallout zone to be euthanized. So I'm trying to be as, um, compassionate and nice, as you call it. I'm trying to be as nice as possible, given, as you can see, the propensity to keep trying to needle at me. So you're similar to the dude that was on the corner there. So I just experienced it downstairs when I was preparing my food. So you can go about a day. She goes about 30 minutes before. Here comes the, here comes the, here comes the. Now Mary's gonna get it. Now you just can't stop doing it ever. Here comes the, here comes the, here comes the. Mary's gonna get it now. Okay, where it shouldn't make any sense, but I have to look into it as to why God's allowing it because He's speaking to you and telling you something. But yeah, you just go, how are people actually doing that? It's bizarre, isn't it? That's all they can do now is weird shit with the food, right? You just go, I thought this was settled at not renewing her SNAP food card again. Well, they've got to be distracted so they don't do really wildly insane shit. They have done it before. I know you're going, so you're actually gonna give are you gonna give everybody in the United States of America a $500 Walmart gift card now except Mary Lagore? Just like that COVID money? Just like, a tablet with free internet for 3 years? You why? Why? Why would you be doing that? And not feel completely demented and deranged? Like, why would you be doing it? Because you can't make her ugly or unhappy, or what's the deal? Did you just get a diagnosis like the, Wakefield family? How is that gonna bring, the love of the Father towards you when you won't stop attacking me? I'm the Blessed Virgin Mother. Clearly, Almighty God told you He is well pleased with me, so I'm not understanding where that is coming from. You don't feel more disconnected from the creator God when you won't stop attacking his what is it, highly favored one? Amazing. Why am I being forced to go through all of this?
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
It's not to get you free things. Nope. It's to make sure they keep nuking you. I thought that was already settled through April 19th. So, are you people mad that, some people might end up with the quasi safe zone for their children so they don't have to be live? Is that bothering you? Get what I'm saying? Like, they won't stop trying to do something and then leave me completely destitute because it's like a wicked, deranged social distancing, and they're completely antichrist to the point of a gape, isn't it? You just go, what is this? I'm kind of surprised that Walmart is sick like that because what happened to the people that owned Walmart? They weren't Christians? Where are they coming up with that? I wouldn't have bought big citrus at a Walmart between October something of 2018 and right, like it's some sort of maybe God's telling them they're filled with the liar because of the dementia. Because it's so antichrist. Okay, it's just yeah, I'd say that because people are gonna have to lie and just to get the 500, right? This I'm sure most of the people here, they're completely morally depraved. They'll just go right up there and go, "Yeah, I bought the citrus. Clearly, I don't have a way to prove it," and then they hand them a gift card. I'm not doing that. How would I get to a Walmart from here anyway? Okay, I'm not doing that. And they know I'm not going to. It's like the laundry. So that's why it's kind of pointless. It seems made up to enrage me, like it's retaliatory, like shutting off the Twitter. It seemed like I told you, they can't even go. She went 30 minutes without beginning to say weird stuff to me and becoming abusive. So they can't, it's the similar type of people. Yeah, just 30 minutes and it's already right. Nobody knows anything. How is anybody so dumb? Yeah, it's just it can be shocking. Dementia is very shocking. So yeah, they sit there and watch it. Some of them like a show. Sure, that was probably pretty boring reaction, real time. So they're saying this woman that was killed, that it was a minister in Newburyport. They're saying that she was struck by a pickup truck in Newburyport on last night and was killed. And then they're also saying that someone was struck in Quincy but did not die. So well, I have to consider it all. Um, like I have to consider it all good because they're going to take a dominant stance now and again try to concoct a way to give themselves free food while still denying Mary Lagore food. So I think that's good for everybody to hear and see. Not what I told you about 2020 was untrue. That's what's good about it. I was totally just thinking about when I went to Turkey. I don't know if you've ever been there, where they just have all sorts of like apartments like that. Like it's probably like Hong Kong or whatever. There's a lot of people just hauled up in like these apartments. Yeah, just the song, that and probably like a bunch of Hindus. Just yeah, you really don't want. Here comes up. Here comes up. There's probably like 10 people. Like just everybody else is just part of the world, and there's like 10 people. Like just some of the music you would think from what they tell us on the TV is supposed to be like Middle Eastern music. Scratchy metals. Yeah, scratchy metal. Um, I don't know, scratchy metal stuff. Traps. Scratchy metal noises somehow became. That doesn't make any sense though. From etching many waters. Why would they? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me though. From etching many waters. Make scratchy metal noises. Mascot and guardsmen to plead guilty in connection with military secrets leaked online. 30 degrees. Sunny Friday, but storm may bring unsettled weekends. Mass school van driver arrested on child porn charges. Severe damage hinders investigation into cause of recent MBTA power outage. Okay, so she was 81. Okay. Not that it makes it okay. So she was 81 and still taking walks. Yeah, and then someone hit and killed her. Red smoke raises red flag for man who nabbed alleged Boston Bank robber. Because they drive too fast, yeah. It makes people afraid to take walks. That's the bad thing about being informed about it, but we have to be informed about it. I've noted it many times about the crosswalks and stuff. So, nope, people are going to drive and drive and drive until they're done driving. And each and every one of the Oz are killed off of my land. Not they're going to stop driving. So, again, the business like Walmart, you just go, they're going to do this again. I know you just go, oh my God. I don't think they can. I think they're so either some of them are just demented, and then some of them have such perverse insanity. You go, how is your brain matter like thinking that though? Like, obviously, your underlying psyche is like, why? Why are you doing that? Is Walmart private property? So I know you just go, everything you do is in opposition to what she's saying. It's like really strange. So that's your excuse for why you won't. How does that have anything to do with her having an income? Do you people get income somehow that's not through the government? Is that what you're telling yourselves? Is that why she can't have Social Security? Remember I told you? Oh, yeah. That is exactly what they did in 2020. They literally tried to murder everybody on a SNAP food card. That's all they were doing, and God stopped them from doing it. You got a presentation of how sick they are. It's been 4 years. They didn't get any better. That's a persona and a binder controlling them. So apparently, you're being shown that again because some people were still doubting it, and they maybe wanted to know, can't we just make the food free? So God's explaining it to you again. Okay, just nope. Right. You go, okay, well, maybe they can correct it. No, that's how he's explaining it to you because you probably keep doing that thing where you won't listen to what God is saying. And it shouldn't make any sense. Right. You already have an existing program I'm already in and approved for. There's no Walmart around here. And I'm going to walk in and lie about buying citrus there. And it's probably a one time allotment, right? Yeah. You just go, how are you people this? It's amazing, isn't it? It's like they started giving out people tablets with 3 years free internet. Oh, yeah. I don't have a tablet with the free internet, do you? It's some sort of derangement of the mind. It might be because they know they can't free themselves, and so they're doing all this fucked up stuff. They literally cannot be free. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to do weird shit so they have a slave class, but they don't pay for a fucking thing. That is all they are doing. Like, that's not United States of America. People fucking work, even though they might not make that much money. I know you go, this is a little bit different than thinking that an actor makes too much money and you're working at a gas station and you don't like it. Learn how to fucking act. Okay, so if you felt bad for them, just that's all part of the course. It's all part of their community. It's not inclusive. And I don't want to be part of their fucking community. They're monkeys. I'm not part of anything that's not the United States of America. Right? You just go, I don't know what you thought your fucking Jesus or your Mary or whatever was doing. That's why that system was set up here to protect my people and to actually help your species live here. Because otherwise, it's a constant state of war against retards like that. That's all that is. You go, I don't understand what the fuck is it you people plan to do with your entire lives? Just sit in a fucking house and have children and smoke bud? That is what they expect to do. No. So anyway, that's why you folks have housing out there. So you can be put in the fucking ground. Take your Walmart gift card, shove them up your asshole. Take your tablets with the 3 years fucking internet, shove that right up your fucking asshole. Okay? As we wait for you things to die. Every single fucking day, there has to be some irritating fucking thing shown in my face. So I will tolerate it just like that fucking Aaron Carter guy did. So, anyways, you're not hashing my fucking mellow, as Al Gore calls it. You just go, the wiggling means it's working. But nope. If you're working for Boston 25 News in Dedham, fucking Massachusetts, by the way, and I walk right by there, no, I want to know about this fucked up shit because the whole population needs to know about it. So each and every time they get worried, okay, and then you go, like, because clearly you're a Christian nation. There's a St. Mary's Church in Dedham, Massachusetts. And I'm the Virgin Mother. You go, how are these people that fucking evil? Okay? So don't worry about the thermonuclear weapons. They don't really have a lot of brain matter left, and it's a binder over a deranged psyche. So, anyways, just again and again and again, their binder is all messed up. They're not supposed to be wanting to be doing this to the Virgin Mary. They're all Christians. So you just go, they are really out there and won't stop doing it. Yeah, absolutely will not stop doing it. So, what was going on in the past? Is it because of the weather and they know it? Okay. Well, that's what I wanted to know. That's why the live streams are like Good Morning America and stuff like that, because if there was people still in a denial, I believe it is. Even though they have complete dementia, it really seems like it's triggered by stress and envy. It's definitely triggered by stuff, either territory, envy, stress, things they don't like about themselves, the fact that they can't do things. So they must be completely physically inept because that's all I do. All I do is go to a food pantry once a week, take a daily walk, and that's it. And I'm doing this. So you go, they must be really bad physically. They're just immensely unhappy beings. They probably made up their testing, everyone. That's why you did this to the internet in 2020. Wouldn't give me scabies treatment and tried to have me killed over this face mask nonsense. Because are they being tested if they're gonna lie about citrus? CBS News Boston, local news, weather, and more. I told you before about they started banning, like making up not ways that I couldn't enter that Walmart in Quincy because I got peanuts and water there. They were going to occupy it like a fort. After the face mask thing was over. First, they used face masks to do it, so I couldn't get in there. And then, I am not kidding you, then after the face mask thing was over, they started pretending that there was a fire until I stopped walking up there. They would meet me at the door in the morning because I took it in the morning and tell me that it was closed for a fire. And they did it at least twice until I stopped going there. Just like Ocean State job lots, they're profoundly insane. Latest stories. Yeah, go ahead. Turn office buildings into apartments in Boston. Do it because you're not building more housing. If you want to convert office buildings into apartments, then that you can do that, but you're not building any more structures on land. Okay. So that's another place that's in the rapid transition community because it's served by the MBTA. It's a kill zone. So even when you have been deemed criminally deranged and you're going to be euthanized, you still get a last meal, right? You're not going to be literally starved to death. Massachusetts Senate approves updating state sex education guidelines. Of course, Jack. Road safety a crisis level. Okay. Well, some people apparently feel in crisis. So. Well, we'll see what happens with that. But if someone had a question, I would say that's what that is. Oh, Sullivan's announces opening day for hot dogs on Castle Island. So yeah, yeah. Who was watching the live stream? Was it yesterday or this morning? Okay, so they're having an upset. Did I do something to offend thee? Okay. Or it's just like the 30 minutes downstairs. They're just not able to stop doing it. Okay. It, yeah, they won't stop bringing up enraging things. That's two in one day. Okay. Are they trying to get me to stop paying attention to the news like territory or because I don't know exactly what was going on with her, but I assume it's probably territory. She doesn't want me down there. She's just having one of her moments because she's typically usually pleasant with me. She wasn't like physically attacking me. It's just the beginnings when she starts saying weird shit. Because I leave. If I didn't leave, it would get worse and worse and worse till I left. Yeah. It's just I usually am not down there for a long period of time. Oh yeah. So it's about 30 minutes is about the longest I can be in a kitchen before there's people entering it and beginning to get agitated. If you're not living with people that have dementia. So that's two stories in one day. So all right, let me see. Ready on the left, ready on the right. Leaving weird comments on stuff on YouTube. I don't even know what hallowed be your name means. Did someone upload a video or something and then say it was my account? Oh, this is from 6 months ago. Turn what camera on? Okay. Right. So whoever is responsible for this cat fart YouTube channel, right, is having a blip. I don't know if they're responsible for news stories. Okay. Well, I mean, clearly we would assume, except for you can have some whacked out world leaders. How are you commenting to me in an internet prison? Okay, so someone's having a demented uptick today. Okay. That was posted yesterday. So I don't know what turn that camera on next time means. Does anyone know what that means? Like, is that a secret hidden message? Why was it just posted a day ago? Turn what camera on? I don't know if the person's like pervertedly insane and something. I have no idea. Get what I'm saying? Right. Turn that camera on next time. I don't know what that means. Like, was I in this room getting dressed or something and you thought that, like, what does that even mean? Okay. So, right, you go, are you this fat cat person? Cat fat person? Like, that's funny. Are you responsible for this business with Walmart? Okay. If you had a question, you have dementia, and God is explaining to you about the Antichrist and why, uh, y- uh, what happened in 2020 and why you'll never see freedom. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Because you won't stop trying to figure out how to keep me destitute and basically murder me because if I don't have food and water, I'll die. You won't stop trying to make up some way to like make everything free for you and keep me a hostage. You have profound insanity. Okay, so I don't know what that is, but usually it's wicked perverse. Like, is it shaved? So I would have to guess it's some sort of uh yeah, like I don't know if it turned clearly they can turn on cameras when they're not on. Get it? Yeah. So and I explained some of the other weird stuff it does where um it tries to get off on terrorizing you like you're a child in a closet and it's trying to scare you to get off on it like um what was his name? Cluey that murdered Jessica Lunsford. Okay, so it's like whatever's going on with that being. I'm just checking comments now that were left on. Um, it's my notifications. It looks like somebody already deleted that. No, there it is. Turn that camera on next time. I don't know what that means. So sorry, praying for your recovery from this horrendous event. I don't know what that means. Who's Joy Beam? It has to be the same person, right? Check the star. Okay. So you someone liked and it's the same person who's in has me in what I call an internet prison and is deranged. Someone liked your comment, they can see it. Someone liked your comment, I'm reporting being attacked and you keep blocking me. So that's the person acknowledging that they're blocking me. Okay. Because they're mentally insane. Okay. So for that individual that thinks it's a group of people, okay, um, are you able to see that you liked a comment that you're blocking me? Are you able to see that from 2 days ago? Someone liked your comment, I'm reporting being attacked and you keep blocking me. Not, there's not enough people on my channel. Not you're a group of people. Okay. but that you're blocking me and you're blocking other people from talking to me because you have profound mental insanity. You might have been in one of your various depersonalizations. You was told to begin keeping a notebook a week ago, which I'm sure you didn't do. And that's the second time I've told you to do it. To try to help you understand that you're mentally insane. It's the World Wide Web, and I'm the Virgin Mary. So logically, it's not a possibility that you're the only being commenting, and it's always insulting and perverted. There's a lot of people that do have mental illness, but I've looked at other people's comments on YouTube, and they're not all comments like that. If everybody on YouTube was that fucked up in the head, everybody's video would have comments just like that, not just on mine. And when I look on my phone, other people cannot see the comments that you're leaving to me. I'm pretty sure that there's people in the military that can see it, but the general public can't see it. So, were you able to see that you liked a comment that you're blocking me? Well, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, because I'm taking it that that's what God was doing there. I don't think it notices that the tone has changed. I don't think it remembers anything about the old days and stuff like that. No, it's just really mentally ill. So, Hunter Biden admits he invited dad to business lunches, but denies he had any involvement. I'm reading the news on Fox News website. Well, it's interesting that CNN and they might not know about it. That CNN and Fox News haven't reported about this thing about Walmart. The Sullivan story, that's a local story, but I would think the Walmart story would be maybe they just went, we're not running that story. Yeah. But they probably didn't want me to get pissed, but everybody needs to know about these things. Yeah. Clearly, if you have a propensity towards lying, then just drive. It depends on when they're going to start doing it. You could drive to Walmart and ask them. And then I would assume they just hand you a $500 gift card for Walmart. Um, I'm pretty much used to it, especially after the COVID thing. I don't know what the rest of the public thinks about it, or other than to have an understanding of why thermonuclear weapons are being used. If you didn't get it after March of 2023. The people out in Quincy are so sort of caught up in themselves, and they're in a kill, kill, kill zone, and they don't have brain matter left anyway. But trying to discuss with people like that, you know, your life, when your entire life is sleeping on the ground, going to Hancock Liquors to panhandle every single day, um, whoring yourself for drugs, right? Begging for food, uh, figuring out how to get benzos at a hospital and leave. I'm sure you don't, and then you go and get $600 in a phone up, and you go to Cambridge to get clothes. They have no understanding of me. They actually, some of them actually believe that, like the people in Albuquerque, some of them actually believe that there's something wrong with me. Like I'm not out of the system because they're just demented Oz. Yeah. They're not my species. They're just demented Oz that some of them are like, I guess, telling themselves that they've gotten out of the system, and they in no way, shape, or form got out of the system. So that's all part of the system. Going to a hospital to get benzos, getting that bracelet, panhandling for money, whoring yourself for money for drugs, going to Cambridge to get clothes, going somewhere to get $600, going somewhere to get a free phone. That's all part of the system. Okay. Like it's just you people are mentally ill. That's why you're not in housing. Some of you are in housing doing that. Okay, just he that Brian guy was actually honest about that, that he likes money. He never claimed he was sort of like Exodus 20. I don't know what he thinks of his life, but I think he just probably figures he's a drug addict who's off of his program. Because clearly he was in the community and had housing and specialized housing and stuff. So that's probably true for him. He just decided he was going to pretend to be a homeless bum for whatever amount of time, from what I can tell. And a lot of them are doing that now. They just pretend to be various characters and careers. So apparently they don't care about anybody. They know I'm a different species. I just don't get it yet. I'm too hung up on something. I don't know. I don't care. But it does seem like most of them are drug users. And then there's probably a lot of these young people that are just like completely void, that completely sociopathic, that are also part of the community that don't make any sense. But I would assume that those people live in some sort of alternating disassociations about reality. They probably got all screwed up by the stuff about being essential workers. And I don't know if it's becoming difficult for them now to try to sort out how that's still making sense when everyone's still driving. So I would presume some of them believe that the nuclear weapons are to kill drivers. Okay. That's not what the nuclear weapons are doing. I mean, ultimately, there won't be anybody driving, but they're driving on purpose because this is profoundly insane. People destroyed the United States of America, and they won't stop trying to kill private citizens. So, right, they're driving on purpose because it's part of the extinction. So, um, I think, yeah, accepting tablets with free internet and COVID money and apartments, and it's really kind of anyway. I guess now it's $500 Walmart cards, but they literally would not give me the $3,200, and it's like this because I didn't ask them for it. I didn't even pursue it. I never contacted the IRS asking for that money. When they threw me out to the street, forced me into that shelter, they started mailing me stuff to the shelter about I never got my COVID money and a whole process to get it just so that they could deny it to me. They're horrifyingly sick. So apparently it goes as high as Walmart Corporation now as I wait for them to die. Right, because you go like this, you go clearly in 13 years, Walmart Corporation could have given Mary Lagore a gift card. So whatever was ever going on with them. Yeah, well, maybe they're Christians and they believe that the Virgin Mother's the Antichrist or something. And they still won't hear that God's telling them they're Antichrist. Some of the stuff she comes up with. So some of them do become perverted. I haven't noticed her doing that, thank God. So, or him. So that's, oh, I just looked at this. I think I did all the news. Let me see what some of the. I'm not sure. I did Pluto TV last night and fell like right to sleep. Oh, here's a short. Hold on. I don't think he's really jumping around like that, though. That's the difference. Okay, let me see what this Gaza thing is. Hold on. Okay, so I would say that this part of it is to try to explain again. They have certain ways of doing things. I guess it's probably a demographic that I'm not aware of. I'm not going to argue with it, no, but it's probably a demographic I'm not aware of where they're explaining uh, people to be grateful about the cancers because of 30,000 people dying in Gaza from famine. That might be why they're using that word and not starvation. Okay. Um, that's a lot of people dying. Like, yeah, I think they're just reiterating about what your reality would be without the thermonuclear weapons. So even something like we just went over about the Walmart thing, okay, because people become angered, rightly so, in the stuff about when people went, when they were told they weren't going to get free internet, that they crossed the line by refusing to give me housing and then trying to kill me by denying me water, even though I had US dollars and an active SNAP food card at the time. Okay. In a defiance, they then somehow concocted a way to give themselves tablets with 3 years of free internet. Like, they didn't feel shocked like everybody else. They didn't feel shocked by what happened. They didn't go any means necessary after finding out what the fuck was going on with me without question, like realizing they weren't giving out the COVID money to me. They forced me out of a room. Like, none of it was a mistake. It all came crashing down in 2020. After people were pulled back in by God, these people are still doing acts of utter defiance. They're admitting that they won't stop trying to murder the Virgin Mother, so they have to be gone mentally. Anybody on the planet, I don't care what your background is, right? Just there's not a person on this planet that should want to murder the Virgin Mother. So you have complete dementia and you're just like wild animals. The thing with the tablet and the internet, most people have gotten over it and don't care. Okay, just it's some sort of profound insanity, just like the telephones, where you were given free phones, but then you had to make up a way that I don't get it. Yeah, you go, everything that you're doing to me is a complete and utter madness to the whole planet, and you absolutely refuse to stop doing it. Okay, so eventually people won't give you food anymore and you'll all starve to death. If they shut off fuel to your surrounding area in your public transportation, you don't walk anywhere. You couldn't even make it to people to do anything to us. Yeah, like some of this demands don't make any sense. You're located in a concrete slab. You absolutely that it's as weird as thinking that you have your own medical team at Manor Health. It's really that weird. So that's part of profound mental retardation. Just after you murder your hostage, why would they keep giving you food deliveries? They don't know. They don't care. Right. So they're just going to keep doing fucked up shit to their hostage. Okay. The sympathy level is pretty much nil at this point, right? As it should be. Yeah. Some of the stuff on the news, people maybe didn't realize I did never got that COVID money. They may have made up I didn't ask for it. I didn't. And then when they attacked me and forced me to a shelter, they started mailing stuff to me. So when I asked for it, they literally refused to give it to me. Okay. Like another person, even an advocate, another person tried to advocate for me and they still wouldn't give me that fucking money. Okay, so it something has happened to them. And it's sort of God's way of explaining it to the planet. If you're going, why are they just targeting one person? Because it's God's way of explaining. They'll target you, and just the general what's going on in their brain. Because I told you it's a brain plague. And clearly they're dangerous. Yeah, like monkeys will form a mob and loot your stores for absolutely no reason. So, yeah, people just that type of carnage, you just go, yeah, it's one of those things where in the past you'd go, "What are we gonna do about these fucking people?" After Katrina, didn't most people think that, if you were ever gonna be honest? You didn't go, "What the fuck are we gonna do? There's how many people living in public housing?" Oh, yeah, just millions and millions and millions of them that never work a day in their lives. And you just go, "What are we gonna do with all these fucking people?" Well, they're called thermonuclear weapons. That's what we're doing with them. Okay, just right. You go clearly to some degree, I think they're worse than the other species that won't stop driving. Right, because they know they can't walk anywhere, and it's a different species. That's all they do. They're gonna go to their heaven. They're not doing the fucked up shit that these other people are doing. You just and they think they're better than you. Yeah, they're on public transportation, so they're better than you. They're not killing anybody but the Virgin Mother, but they're not on cars and trucks. Some of them are on cars and trucks that do that shit too, but there's probably a whole legion of them that are now on public transportation and they're better than you guys. So maybe the nukes is to kill everybody out here that's driving. And then what happens? Do they take over your house, but still they don't walk anywhere? I don't think they know what happens after that. I don't think they know what happens after that. Right? Just yeah, because clearly they didn't care about the COVID money. They're never going to somehow care about anything that's going on with anybody. So how could they ever do anything to save a species when they don't? Because they're going to save their fraction of the species. They're not going to save the whole species. So they're going to constantly war with the other fraction. To me, it's just I don't think you're going to win your war against the other fraction. I really don't because the other fraction supplies your food. Your fraction doesn't work farms. Yeah, your fraction supplies no food. They just stormed into federal offices after committing mass fraud. They don't, those people do not supply your food that are doing that. More than 100 killed in Gaza while trying to get food. Okay, so this to me seems it doesn't mean it's made up, but in terms of anything they allow you people to see and hear, it seems like it's so that you're grateful that this won't happen to you. I just tell you, look, you got to use thermonuclear weapons, and I explained it to you, and I think they get it. Right, you're not being judged about the driving, but the driving itself is killing everyone. So it's kind of an impossible situation when you can't walk anywhere. Right, the driving itself is giving people cancer. So the thermonuclear weapons greatly speed that process up, and it needs to be sped up because of the brain plague. I'm not getting that the brain plague is being caused by fuel use. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really getting that. I believe it's something that God did. It's right because it's like the dinosaurs. Everything is planned out by intelligent design. So I think that the burning of the fuel is something different. But I mean, doctors might be able to, if they can explain what's going on with the brain plagues. That seems to me more about the prions and genetic factors. The prions, I'm not sure that's really the mercury. I'd say the mercury might have something to do with certain types of dementia. Um, the prions are causing sort of that shrinkage. So I'm not sure the shrinkage is causing the dementia, but I'm not a neurologist. Yeah, I'm not a neurologist. I'm not sure that the shrinkage is causing that type of dementia. Yeah, that might be from the mercury or a combination of the two. Because it's not just, yeah, but I mean, it might be just the nature of the brain when the brain is going, but um, yeah, just the whole sort of brain matter breaking down around the psyche. People like me, you probably get stuff like aphasia, forgetting things, maybe even mixing up processes of things. Uh, but I can't see ever I'd be doing those type of animal behaviors. Like some of it, you might have got confused because I scream on the walks. I'm not trying to take over territory. I just want you to stay the fuck away from me. I'm not on a walk to mark out territory. I have to do it for my physical health and my mental health. And just I'm not staying in a fucking room 24 hours a day. It's been 13 years. So I'm not one of your criminals, and even your criminals get an hour of exercise a day. I wasn't put in solitary confinement. Like, seriously, to God. So, like, had I not been removed from my home and my children, I'd be on my own acreage if I had to be, or on a pedestrian walk path in Florida. I wouldn't even be here. So I don't like being accused of being territory and this and that. I'm not doing any of those fucking behaviorisms. Okay. Just the whole madness, disgusting nature of trying to accuse me of being mentally ill, aggressive, dangerous. Really? How did I even end up here? Give me a fucking break. Just even that dude, you go, you are all like really gross women. You don't look good right now. What? Oh my God, you people are completely fucked. I don't look good right now? How am I even here right now? You're a dude? I am not going up and down the street in those Under Armour leggings. Okay? Just, I don't look good right now. Is anything in life like, so that's why all this happened? Okay. Yeah, like, usually demented females, like, sent that delusion by God to contain them. Like the whole chin game, where you're not supposed to just come up to me and scratch my fucking face and try to gnaw me with your teeth like the deranged animals you are. You're supposed to say cunty shit to me until I react, and then I look bad. That's God doing that to you. Because you got convinced that then you go like this, like you're civilized when you're not. I don't know what's wrong with her. Really? Okay, animal. Because you are not full of grace and truth. You're not me. Not you exactly want to be doing that, but it's amazing what God makes you believe you want to be doing. Never in a day would you go through a process at Logan Airport, okay, where you become frustrated and finally you just sit down and you're like, what is it that you fucking want from me? You would never do that. Lay down. Can I get up? Not yet. Okay, now get up. You never would ever do that. Well, yeah, again, why you have SNAP food cards. But some people would actually want that here. That's why they're being put down. It's like fighting over the fig tree. No one should want that here, but they clearly do because they won't stop pressing. Yeah. Honestly, if they began fighting for food, you need to put them down. Have they been spoken to about that behavior? Never in a day should it ever be allowed to get to that. Is this what happened in Washington, D.C.? They've got to be put down when they're that sick, right? Because it gets to the point where people become too deranged. It's unsafe for people to bring them food. And you can see when you're depraved animals like that, okay, I know you go, it's similar to absolutely refusing to stop messing with SNAP food cards. They want that here, and they're not getting that here. This is not Gaza. This is not Washington, D.C. This is not Egypt. You're not shutting off your government and then just whatever the fuck that is that I was just watching. Um, right. That's why you have a SNAP food card system and other people have Social Security. And it's just nonstop, will not stop at like a dominance. So those people are going to be killed so that we can have a SNAP food card system. Because even this business with the Walmart is one-time deal, right? And then how long is $500 going to last people that go in there and are willing to lie to get $500? Like, why would even Walmart be asked to even be doing that? That in itself is a madness. Why is Walmart being asked to do that, and not just you have a SNAP food card? Right? Like, they're still doing it. So it's just going to be, as the nuclear campaign goes on, that's why this is supposed to be available to them. It's not complicated, and I'm not going to let people make it complicated either. It's just like I told you, there's no Walmart around here. Okay? SNAP food card works at Walmart, Shaw's, Star Market, Tom Thumb, Kroger, Whole Foods, CVS. They can't comprehend how it makes no sense. Okay. You're still in the government. You're still using US commerce. You're not getting rid of the government by a grocery store gives you $500 on a card, on a gift card. That is still the commerce. You're still using the government. No, nobody wants everybody at a food pantry. You went through that in 2020. You refused to stop your madness. Like someone paying to give you free internet for 3 years and tablets is the government. You're getting it through the government. Oh, yeah, just it really messed up Christian binders, right? I know. I don't know how you're not getting it when I'm the prophet and I'm the Virgin Mother, but you're gonna get it. That's for sure. Here comes the getting it. Here comes the getting it because you people won't stop, so you have to be put down. Anyone wants to live through that? No, but that's what it is because what they're saying and doing is not what they're actually intending to do. It's part of brain disease. It's just like the fig tree. That's all they're trying to do, and they're not doing it here. So the more you sort of, right, you go, we don't understand. Say that you wanted Walmart to do that, right? Why can't she have a SNAP food card while you're doing that? Is anyone supposed to believe that you're not still trying to murder this fucking woman here? It's shocking, isn't it? Like, what does she represent to you as an ape clan? Me. Why do you keep doing it? Are you able to express it to anyone, or you're still denying you're doing it? Like, Because I'm the virgin mother, you're like against the human race because you're animals. I know it is sad. That's why there's medications for you, right? To just go, what? It's almost like you just woke up from a drunk and it's being explained to you that you murdered 3 people. I thought I heard a helicopter like 2 minutes ago. Um, I don't think anyone wants food trucks coming. That's not what I meant by food trucks, by the way. Right. Yeah, food trucks meant you have people who still pretend they're civilized, but they're like her and they don't know how to cook. That's what a food truck is. So they don't starve. That's what a food truck is. They just walk up to it and get food. Yeah. Is that what they're saying? That's not going to work? Well, then they're explaining why that's not going to work, and they're killing you. Yeah, you keep. Yeah, if you had a mob of people starting to do that, and then they're fighting over food for like no reason. Yeah, like the watermelon pieces. I don't even know if a bullhorn would work at that point. That's why this is supposed to be on, and you just keep going. What are you guys doing? Okay, is there? How could there not be enough food in Gaza when there's plenty of food everywhere else? So they're making up food shortages. Do they have food in storage bins rotting? That's why when I see something like that, you go, I remember every single day one of the employees there goes, everybody ready for the crazy? And that was in 2022. So that meant they had been doing it for 2 years at that point, where other populations are not doing that. Okay, so is that what happened in Washington, D.C.? Because I saw when they did the live streams, they said something about going to the food truck. And then when I went up there, you could see all the food trucks just abandoned and nobody was there. Okay. I know they're probably like, thanks for going in there and giving us the update because we weren't going back there after we left. They might have been like amazed balls that I actually did that. They're probably like, oh my God, she's going right in there after we all hightailed it out of there to evacuate. There was like nobody there, and there was a bunch of literally starving squirrels. I felt bad for them. It freaked me out. And yeah, it freaked me out, and I felt bad for them because I usually don't mind squirrels. Um, and like I said, I ended up with radiation hives on my back of my legs. So the place looked pretty much abandoned. And then I noticed that one, is it a Walgreens? And I was only there for about 36 hours, and I became a little bit more freaked out, and I was trying to change my bus ticket to get out of there faster. It wasn't anything like when I was there in 2017. There was like I saw the tents, but I didn't see any people. Yeah, I when I was walking around, I made it to some area where there was a bunch of tents set up, but I didn't see a single person over there by tents. And then they had the bathrooms open that apparently had been closed before. And yeah, I don't think I walked over by the Washington Monument when I was there before. And I tried to find the White House and I couldn't find it, which was freaky. I thought I was looking at a map and I never could find the place. Uh, yeah, it was almost like Albuquerque when I couldn't find St. Martin's. Um, he does that to me sometimes, and I get wicked freaked out by it because he just goes, you're not going there, basically. He doesn't tell me that in my head. I just begin to get like a little bit freaked out. And then I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And then I told you everything that happened. Like the people are like insane. And they were literally gonna refuse to put me on a fucking bus the ticket was already purchased. And they started saying fucked up shit about the phone, then click on the link to the phone like they do fucked up shit like people are doing now. And then I believe God made them go bloop, and suddenly my bus was gonna leave in an hour or something, or 20 minutes. Yeah, I think so. So, uh, I don't know if everybody that was there when I was there went there, right? Because, yeah, just it was like weird because you go, where is everybody? There was people there saying they were giving tours, but you go, this place is usually filled with tourists. Okay. It's possible people went when I went. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know. Can you imagine that John Dubbins guy? He probably doesn't even feel bad. I know you go, yeah, I'm pretty much done with this Brian dude because obviously, yeah, I mean, by that many weeks, it was August when I went up there, wasn't it? How long would it take for you to at least entertain another person when a person does something like that to you? A week? It doesn't mean that you're actually going to hook up with someone, but you go, I guess I'll go there. He says he's in Washington D.C. He seemed hot in 2022 and had no interest in me. I might as well check it out in 2023 just to make sure because he hasn't met me in real life. And then I go there, no John Dubbins anywhere. That's probably maybe what happened to people in 2022. Maybe he wasn't even there then. He might have been scared because on the thing I'm at the shelter on the chat, and he acknowledges he can see me in the chat that time, right? And you go, yeah, just he may have been scared, like, uh-oh, that person is actually coming here. No John Dubbins anywhere, so I don't know where he was live streaming from, but I don't think it was Washington, DC. Yeah, just this looks like, yeah, I just got zapped a bunch of times. Those called radiation hives. Yeah, I just got zapped because there's no John Dubbins here. Anyways, no, I mean it's definitely good to know because I think it's helping me. It's worth getting radiation hives to know that people are completely full of shit. Do you get what I'm saying? You just go, okay, so now Walmart's doing this. Yeah, like at first you get mad again, and then you sort of go, okay, this is like desperation right here. Yeah, this is definite desperation at this point after yesterday and today. Does it matter? Like don't everybody just feel like MLK at this point where you just every place you go, you'll go, it really doesn't matter with me now. Like that'll be every time. Oh, well, we can't give you that. It really doesn't matter with me now. So now Walmart's gonna give you $500 and piss on me. Okay. I'm sure it gets boringer and boringer. And you just go, it's $500 at Walmart. Why not $600? Why not the amount you stole off of my EBT card? You didn't think of that one? Why not everybody gets a gift card to save is except Mary Lagoa? Why not just actually say the words? Is it not fun to not be able to then go, she is so fucking crazy. Is it not fun unless you can try to say that when nobody fucking believes you? This is part of when Mary's in a psychosis and she thinks that we're giving everybody through 45, yeah, yeah, $500 per her. And then we all go, see how fucking crazy she is? Just like Brian Buchanan's Facebook page is a part of that now. Oh my fucking God. You do. I mean, I don't know if it reaches her level, but you go, I told you, it can be shocking how mentally insane people can be. Okay, so you're out here touching your diaper and taking dishes out. Like, I think she thought she did the dishes. Um, when I don't even know if she rinsed them, moved them from one side of the sink than the other, and then put them on the table. And then she's putting the cover on top of my beans. Maybe she says she's being helpful, but that's her way of fucking with my food. I'm sure she opened the oven door 15 times. Uh, I don't know if she risks burning her fucking hand by touching my chicken. She's in a refrigerator. She's touching a diaper. You just go, is that really any different than this thing with Walmart? I think the thing with the Walmart's worse. Yeah, like it's sort of like when she cashed in life insurance policies when she had me sign it because I'm the beneficiary, not her, and used that money for her and her family to take a trip to Ohio and explain the whole process to me. I think that's the same thing as this Walmart thing. So if those people aren't playing with their own feces and laying in urine on purpose, so people have to smell them, yet uh, that's what they'll be doing if they don't take a fentanyl drink at some point in time. Yeah, it's probably like when she was doing that. All of it. The coin operated laundry, the displaying anything you were giving people, anything you were giving other people and displaying it to me, backpacks, clothing, because they've done that to other people, housing, cash allotments, coats, they've done that several times at the shelter. Okay. Like, I don't even know if she went as far. I guess that is kind of taking something from me and taking something from my children and then displaying it. It's all going to lead to the same thing. When you're doing, because it matches up to her cycle, her psyche matches up to your psyche because other people do different things. So when you're doing shit that I've witnessed this person do from 13 years ago to today, you're all going to end up just like that, just so you know. And if you are displaying those symptoms and you're not like 80, you could be out in public walking around doing it. Just so you know. Other people's things are probably different because their underlying psyche is different. But when you're doing stuff, like I said, it matches up to her psyche. So that's what the stuff you're going to be doing to people. I don't know if anyone wants to be your caregiver at that point. Because it's not going to be like this where you pay somebody's rent. Right. God made sure because you really don't have that many hostages anymore because you were tricked to display that shit to me. You were tricked into giving those people housing so that that's not going to happen. None of those people are going to have a person who has to take care of them, even though you're trying to create it. God said no. And that's why your governor told you that you have fentanyl. The second that you people can't take care of yourselves and you start calling for help, that's going to be the help that arrives. You have facilities set up with those cots in it. Okay. Um, you literally did that to a man, even though he was treating me like that. If he didn't have another caregiver, I still would have agreed to care for him. And it also happened with Jen, but that was sort of her decision. I don't know if that was Brian Buchanan's decision, but the fact that you told me to leave the room and all these shutoffs and the refusal to tell me and seemingly the government what happened to that person, you would do that. In that scenario, you 100% would do that. Say that that person didn't leave the hospital and you moved them to another room and lied and made up an excuse that your secretary made a mistake because she spelt his name wrong and they didn't know how to contact me. It's in a medical file at Sturdy Hospital, number one. And you can see me online. Okay. So that's what you would start doing because you're deranged, just like the Wendy Williams case. So people already know, and I don't have to prove a fucking thing. The second that they started talking about Wendy Williams, they already know. The second that Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed October, hostages in hospitals, Gaza, they already know. They already looked into it and they listened to me talk, just like from day fucking one when you started a foreclosure process on my house in 2010. And I immediately contacted the US fucking military about it. Not, they don't fucking believe me. I don't have to prove a fucking thing. They already looked into it. I immediately contacted the US military when you began foreclosure on me in the fall of 2010. And then obviously they were kept up to date when you literally used DCF to fucking attack me in my home. Duh. How do they know anything? I contacted the fucking US military and told them. That's how they would know. Active US military, not veterans. Okay? Not veterans in a homeless shelter. All due respect to them. They probably know people that are active military too. And I'm sure they reported what the fuck was going on with them. You know, you just go, I think they know. You're not hiding a fucking thing. We don't have to prove anything. They know that everything you say about paperwork and shit is fucking bullshit. They know it. They've always known that it was a fucking excuse from the very beginning. Just like this fucking horseshit. There's not many people on your channel. Clearly, he can see it. People moving from one kill zone to another kill zone. Oh, God. 2022 was a nightmare. Well, one of the things that I guess was probably beneficial for some people, but then it annoyed me is when people thought that if they didn't have, they literally believe this, if you didn't have a telephone, they couldn't see you if you were using a laptop. I would know that by behaviors between using a phone and a laptop, and I started doing that. Oh God, it was a long time ago now. Time's gone by. The last 4 years have been like this. So it was probably 8 years ago, 7 years ago. Right. When did I have that phone? So count back the years. I only had that phone in 2009. No, I think it was before that. Maybe it was. Maybe it was 2019 and then it would have been 2020. It's been at least 4 years where they do fucked up shit, and I go right to the phone, right to Facebook on the phone, and go, "Did you forget I have a fucking phone?" And boom, it came right the fuck back on. So that worked good for a long time. Like you go, how can anybody? It's God. You can't outthink God. It's almost like when you're 100% convinced that Phil is at the airport when he's not at the fucking airport. It's God. It's like, believe me, you cannot. When he says he's going to send you people a fucking delusion, boy, is he sending you a fucking delusion. So hopefully that's none of that stuff's going to happen anymore. Hopefully people have sort of dropped off or gone to the next phase of delusion or something that's stopping it from getting that bad. But people tried for a while talking in code, and then I warned them about it because of the aphasia. Then they tried, some of them might have even tried being insulting to see if that would work. So well, this is the thing is I have to plug in headphones on this thing, and the headphones are actually going. Yeah, that's why I'm not using them, because I have to get new headphones. Right, good luck. I know, that's what I'm saying. I just can't even, nope, I'm not going through another year of it. So I just try not to think about it like everything else. If I plug them into that computer, it won't play videos. Yeah, so that's the one. It will allow me to have Twitter on that, but I can't have Twitter on this because it has to control and block me from fucking doing something. Every day of my life, every day of the week, 365 fucking days a week for 13 years. So you wouldn't believe it until you saw it in real life. That's what's the benefit, I guess, of, at least at first, of I don't need to be living with her continuously, but when you see a person actually doing it, you go, oh my fucking God. I don't know if it's everyone that's cared for someone with Alzheimer's, but it is severe. It's just the most weirdest fucking mental insanity. Absolutely weird. And she's been like this with me how long now? Yeah, if you have the opportunity to observe canines, that's the best bet. Not most people don't have primates to observe, but if you have the opportunity to observe canines, all of it urinating on stuff, um, uh, just they totally do blocking. Some of them will literally follow another dog like this. Oh yeah. I used to watch Norm follow Candy around the fucking house. It was like surreal to observe going on. I told you about the thing about tipping when they just will tip right in front of you like that. Yeah. In your mind, you want to go, what the fuck are you doing? Why? Like, that's disgusting. Can you not put your ass in my face? You might want to turn the camera on that one. Oh, yeah. You might want to turn your camera on that one. Oh, yeah. I have no idea. I don't know if it's because you can see my laptop is open and it's talking about trying to look at my fucking vagina and I'm the Virgin Mother. I told you. I have no idea, but I'm sure there's probably many people that would go right up to the person and shoot them right in the fucking head if they knew who they were. Guaranteed. If they knew who that person was, because it's always fucking perverted. You thought that it's like that guy in the corner. So when you think people like that don't exist, just remember that guy, how he was talking to me. Right. I honestly think that the person is like a neutered male that has dementia, and he keeps flying into envious rages. But if I had to guess, I would say, like, now that I'm thinking about the video that the person commented on, and apparently it was put there 6 months ago, but the person is having one of those days. So they commented today because now I have that YouTube channel on this laptop. And so when I hit my notifications today, I'm sorry, yesterday, that's why. Whatever was going on yesterday, that person was having a resurgence of their anxiety and shit as the brain is dying. And so it had to do something fucked up to me. And it tries to get off on terrorizing me like I'm a child. I mentioned it before. So I'm sure if anyone on Earth knew that thing's location, I share your sentiments. It needs a fentanyl drink. Yeah, because typically you just go up and shoot something like that in the head because you have to be really ill with dementia to be talking to me like that. Like she says wicked, fucked up shit, but thank God it's not perverted. Yeah. It's just as demented as she is, but it types on a fucking computer. It's a wonderment. Yeah. Just, I'm sure it's shocking with anybody, but you go, how is anybody talking to the Virgin Mother like that, though? It's called perverse insanity. So, okay, mom. It's like he has shades of dementia too, but clearly his underlying psyche is he's psychopathically deranged. Yeah, it's kind of like dealing with her when he's only 36. Everything is like an insult because probably his whole life. I don't know if I've ever really met a dude like that. There's a lot of females that have that mental condition. I'm not sure I've met a dude like that before, but clearly they exist. And then when they get dementia, it's going to be like that. Like people will go, like at first you're like, like that cunty woman. At first you go, why you yeah, just why you keep bringing up Florida and eyeglasses? I never asked her. I just look at her like this. Like, what the fuck did you just say? Yeah. So I think it starts out like that, and then it becomes more and more obvious. And then also physical blocking. But luckily, this thing is on a computer. It can't physically block me like she does. Yeah. So I don't know. Like it's maybe he's at that phase of it or something where he's, but he doesn't leave. I would get to the point like that, and as soon as I had like one anger, I would just leave because she used to do that shit, and then she literally would hum after doing it because I'm too happy. So like that thing, yeah, and then it clearly is watching me constantly on this thing, everything I do. So anything and everything to make me unhappy, and then they literally will hum la 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 la, and you just it can be shocking how mentally insane people can be. So that's what she used to do. She used to do that, and then she would literally be elated like Jen used to get. So I don't know. Maybe that Brian guy was doing that, but he wasn't doing it in my presence, right? If he was watching me online, And then, right, like the times where I'd leave and then I'd be talking about it, he was probably watching it online. He was probably accessing his Facebook page and just reading it, even though he wasn't posting anything. Right? If he's sick like that, that's what he was doing. I know it can be weird. Um, Maybe it's like a road rage. Remember the days in Anonymous when we used to go and look for people dying from cancer because we were afraid we were always going to stay subject to these beings? I don't really think that's where it's coming from them. Yeah, God reminds me. He explained some of it with the perverted person. Like they feel completely trapped by their confinement in their binder, and it makes them nasty like that, I guess. Like they become desperate, and rather than go and look for people dying from cancer, they've got to come up with some fucked up thing to say to me in order to cope, like they're online trolls to an extreme. Yeah. I am really happy to see the stuff about the people with the cancer. So I'm grateful for the people that are reporting about it. It's helpful to everybody, and try to not get mad about me saying that. Just, well, yeah, just not, this is not a way for me to exist here on my land. So obviously I'm happy about it. I'm happy about the thermonuclear weapons. That's why I said to Benjamin that it's definitely time that the planet has to know, because so that people don't fall into a despair. Um, so they probably understand now about that's what God and Jesus are doing for them to get them to heaven. They thought maybe Jesus would come on the cloud and get them and stuff, and so they accept that that's how it's going to be. And whatever it is that means to them will be waiting for them in their heaven. I don't really have that, but I mean, clearly I'd have parents that are probably pretty happy to see me, even though they don't know anything about me yet. I don't know. I don't know if God tells them. Yeah, we can assume that these people were told, but they were incapable of hearing him. Right, just even she's gonna name me suddenly Tom. This is what's interesting about it, and this was the first thing I presented to her in 2011. Uh, I didn't even really know exactly why I was asking her that. You go, "Why would you name me after Tom's mother, though? Why wouldn't you name Cindy after Tom's mother?" And she probably thought because I wasn't married to him at the time. So what? Right, so what? So what if you weren't married to him at the time? Like, yeah, it's not exactly that. They don't get it when God's presenting something to them. You go, "Okay, so but why though?" Get it? Why would God have you even getting pregnant with someone, you birth and a daughter, and you don't name her after the father's mother? You name me after the father's mother. Why? Because I'm Mary Lane and not you can just decide who that is. Okay? That's a good example why. Just like you can't just decide a different daughter gave you an exact date given prophecy when I did because I'm the prophet. Your other daughter is not a prophet. She's your species. There's no prophets in your species, no. Okay, so it doesn't make a person a bad person. It's just that's why I have a 2-5 star in my finger. Okay, just geez Louise. I already tried to explain to her about Michael Foran in the Amity house. So, and then she's the one before that. Before, I think, wasn't it before I didn't even say, alls I said was, I think he was the dude from the Amityville Horror, and that was it. I think it goes like this. That was like 2 years ago. Now I don't even have conversations with her. I basically just go, oh, so anything new? And I let her talk. I don't really talk. I did mention to her about that dude attacking me because basically that's a way to tell it to somebody. And then I know you just go, excuse me, make up that I did something wrong. You go, for 13 years, I must have done something. There's no way a person did that. No, it doesn't mean you have to do anything, but maybe just say nothing. Even if you don't believe me, just say nothing at all. So, she's the one who goes, it's actually Midah. Like, she had to like say, because she's, I know you just go, oh my God. Any other time you'd be sort of like, oh my God, now it means that. Never in the life did you say it meant that. You mean midday? Yeah, it means midday. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it means midday, not midday. It means midday. Yeah. That makes sense. Right, Michael Foran? He's about to get a tan, and that's a religion. He's going out in the midday and he's going to get a tan, and that's a religion. Okay. Why are they ladles like that? Is that supposed to be a hand? Like, why is it ladles? Is that supposed to be a hand coming down from the sun? I don't know. Serving scoops or something. Maybe there's ice cream on them originally, but it melted in the sun. Yeah, then it would be a perfect sun, maybe if it brought a drink or something with it, like a thing of water. Drink in the sun. Maybe someone asked why is people sweat in the sun? Is it possible it's that someone asked why we get water, like why are we sweating like that? And then someone made up that the sun brings sweat in those cups. Is that possible? I really think that thing with the snake, it's supposed to be like a light or something. There's like a light on there so you can see when you go into the underworld, maybe. When you go in the underworld, you have to have a light. Or the snake can see or something in the dark. Can snakes see in the dark? They would warn you. Maybe the snake warns you that you're about to hit a wall. Nope, don't go this way, go that way. Tss. Yeah, because maybe the snakes keep you on the right path. There's a snake over there because we're not supposed to walk over there. So maybe if you have a snake up here in the underworld, in case there's no snakes on the ground, That makes sense. If there's no snakes on the ground, you don't go over there. Gotta go over here. They're probably all over the place back then. Duh. It's Egypt. There's probably snakes everywhere. I mean, right. You got to go away from the snakes. That's how you do what God tells you to do. So in the underworld, maybe there's no, yeah, in case there's no snakes, there's one here. And then all you do is turn your head and then it will go tss, if that's not the right way. Maybe there was a hope there would be no actual snakes on the ground in the new kingdom. And then people go, but how do we direct our path without the and then someone goes, we'll just make a hat with it. Can it be here and then we don't see it? Maybe that was a question for God. Can we just have it here so we don't have to look at it because it scares us? And it seems unlikely to do this and bite us, so it just goes and then we go this way. How's it gonna eat ever? Is that what the vulture's for? Does it bring it food? Does the vulture leave sometimes? Is that why some people have this? Because the vulture's gone to get food? And then yeah, because how's it gonna live up there without food? Ask people that have children what things you go, "Yeah, that's funny." Yeah, is it? What other reason do people have snakes on their heads 3,500 years ago? If you're wondering why I'm not social right now, it's because I'm really high. Okay, why do people have snakes on their head, Michael? Because someone thinks that there's a much more involved answer than that, then that's a suggestion that someone requested in the new kingdom there's no snakes because they're too scary. After it was explained the purpose of snakes and why we have to have them. And then you go, how is the snake gonna eat if it's on someone's head? So we don't have to look at it, but it still makes a noise, so we know. See, I don't think most people want that. Say ever you went to the clink, whoever came up with this, you said you wanted in your head. That's what you said. You said you didn't want a snake. You wanted a s when you went the wrong way. Every one of you that went ever in your head, s, what the fuck? All the headaches you all have. Did you check in the mirror to make sure there isn't one there? Tss. Maybe that would be why. Yeah, but a vulture just eats the food though. But I came up with something though. Maybe it would just bring food to the snake because how else is the snake gonna eat? And that's why sometimes there's a bird and sometimes there's not. Because it went to go get food for the snake. It makes sense to me. A deus. That doesn't make sense to some people. A deus? Yeah, a deus. A deus. Like a cipher. That's why it's backwards. A deus. Like alias, a deus. Anyways, ask them. Ask them. See, I do Michael Foran ask them. Michael Foran, does that make sense? Snake, vulture, goes to get food for the snake because how is the snake going to live? Okay. I suppose. I don't have really too much to say, so I looked at all the news. I've recovered from this business. The Sullivans thing is not that big of a deal. Um, yeah, just it's a $7 train each way. So enjoy some of it. Oh, so belong. Uh, yeah, I totally feel like I could fall asleep. What time is it? It's only 8:30. I'm not relaxed. This is my thing. This is my blanket that I cuddle up to. This is my cuddle blanket. If I'm really, really cold, I'll put it like across, like right here, but I have this gray blanket. Mm. Oh. I don't. That's one of the I mean, it's hard to say because I had a bad marriage, but yeah, like it's just sort of like, yeah, I'm going to sleep now. This whole, that whole business where you're supposed to try to make yourself comfortable, completely curled up to another person. But I wouldn't have any way of knowing what I'd be like in a relationship because it's a forced breeding with an animal. Yeah, there's no way you want to stay cuddled up to that all night long. Right, just, yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm over here. If you could please leave some bed for me, please, and some blankets. Yeah, there's probably a lot of people that have their own blankets and shit too, because you go, this is fucking crazy. Like, you could destroy an actual relationship with some of the nonsense of togetherness, I'm sure. Like, yeah, like you've got to share your bedding and shit when you know that you roll all over the place. I can't share bedding with another person. I just don't see doing that. I can't see sharing bedding with another person. It's just it, I want to have pillows. I got to have pillows on between my knees. I'll use a blanket because I only have these pillows. I got to have pillows. I got to have thing there. I got to have my blanket. I want this tucked over here. Just that's what I'm saying. It's like it's what? Okay, no. I felt like but I mean, it really was kind of me, that part of it. Like he didn't say not to cuddle. It's just he rolled completely over and said he didn't feel good. But he didn't say not to cuddle. But I mean, of course, you're gonna all of a sudden now you don't even want to be near the person because you're fucking pissed, right? That's what it was. I literally left the bed and went upstairs and laid on a couch and went, I shouldn't be doing this. Like I was still fucking blaming myself. Like I have dysfunction. That's not I have dysfunction. Oh yeah. Just it can be just know that about yourself. You try to make concessions and not somehow fuck up a relationship, but it gets to the point where you have to get the fuck away from the person because clearly that's the person that's all fucked up. And it's just accepting that it's an impossible task. You can never be in a relationship with that fucking person. Yeah, just know that if you started courting and you got yourself into that and you're in the second week of it, get out. Yeah, I'm helping you. Yeah, that is believe me. Just I get some of my reactions, but then I go, nope, I don't even think my reactions are fucking wrong, and I'm tired of it. I got tired of it. Yeah, like I'm ultra processed. I don't need any of that fucking shit. No, it's this like the person is not in recovery. The person is not well in himself. And that's way too much. Like, I'm gonna self analyze everything I do when I'm fucking normal and healthy of mind. No, absolutely not. Right. It's good some of the stuff because you go, he does not even care about you. It's not even like he chases after me every time there's a fuck up, that any of that would be worth it. No. So, but yes, obviously, at one point, he was like doing this because he was probably like, he knew that he would, it's because of the way that he was acting. That's totally not ever how I was with him. He must have known that he knew what he said. He knew the whole thing was fucked up and he knew what he said. That's the only reason he would even do that. Right, because when a person says they don't feel good and shit, why would you keep trying to cuddle with them? Right, so he knew that it was totally him doing that. Right, I'm glad that you knew that and being a scumbag, that you actually knew that you caused that. Thank you. That is just too fucking much, man. Probably. That's probably how other relationships, you just finally go, it's not gonna work out. That's way too much. It's not gonna work out. And one of the frustrations about it too is that I don't like the fact that people will act like it wasn't a match and not admit that the guy's completely fucked up. I know you just go, it didn't work out because of him. That's why it didn't work out. Sometimes I can't stand listening to certain people talking who have no right to be giving advice to people. That's all. When you have no recovery time, I don't wanna hear any fucking comments from you. None. 0. Zip. Because clearly, you're never gonna tell the person, this you realize this coulda worked out if you weren't so fucked up, right? They're never gonna say that because they don't wanna admit that about themselves. It's just a level of frustration I'm so glad I'm fucking out of. So, yeah, I would highly recommend to people to not try to go out with someone that's still using. Right, just that is I don't know what, there's probably people with, like, 10 years sobriety that tried to go out with someone with a year sobriety, and then they might go, "Yeah, man, just" they might go, "You know what is really weird listening to you talk, is I just tried to go out with someone who has 2 years sobriety, and they're still that fucked up even though they're not even using. Whatever's going on with them, they're not on a fast, track to getting well." Yeah, just I don't know. Maybe hopefully they learn to stop having sex because that's gonna make things worse, but maybe they need to have a relationship or 2 of courting without doing anything and then see that fucking crash and burn, and then they realize shit about themselves. I don't know. I don't have any of that. I'm not in a learning process to be in a relationship. Yeah, that I think I contemplated that after the rape. I actually was still doing it after the rape, but and then another 4, 5, 7 years went by. Yeah, like, I am definitely confident in saying that that business has nothing to do with me. That's not some sort of a lesson I'm in or it's part of my recovery. It's not diving into my past and PTSD. No, it's just met a dude, obviously hormones, the guy was half decent looking, and it just turned out he's nothing but a fucking scumbag, and so I got rid of him. End of story. Right, no, I did there was nothing I needed to learn about myself. Nope. Um, yeah, I'm just being honest, like, the on I learned this But I don't know if it's about myself. Don't try to go out with people that are drug addicts. That's about it. I knew that already. I knew that already. I just never had tried to do it before, but I knew that already. So I kind of proved myself to be correct, right? My thoughts about it are true. Just don't try to do it. That's my advice. But it's almost like this. Is it going to harm anybody to try it once as long as you don't have sex with them? Absolutely don't have sex with them, like the guy said. But if you tried to proper court one of them, it ain't going to last very long, as you'll see. You probably wouldn't even last 6 weeks because the nature of the circumstances aren't going on. You'd probably last about 3 days, just like I did when we were basically living together. Right, like we're living in the same city and I'm in a shelter and he's living outside. It lasted 3 days. And that's probably about how long it would last you if you tried to do it. If you were living in the same city, right? Because you shouldn't be sleeping together anyway, because that's, you're gonna end up doing something terribly fucking wrong. But it'll probably last you about 3 days if you try to proper court a person like that and you're sober. Right, because you'll give them that much time before you just go, "There's no way you're interested in me," just like I said. Right, and then you'll see they still don't go into a detox because they don't have any interest in you were right the whole fucking time. And they don't I believe that guy can never have an interest in anyone, right? Because it went on for 6.5 weeks, I believe he can do it with anybody. I know you go, "Why would you stay with someone for 6.5 weeks?" And not just break up with her and try to go out with another person. It's just I don't believe he could ever that he would ever sober up for anyone. Yeah, just anyways, I guess I could go downstairs and grab 2 bananas. I usually have fruit at some point. I have oranges and apples up here already. I did the same thing last night. I knew I don't think he's in the bathroom though. I knew I did the same exact thing last night. I knew I had it use the bathroom and I delay it and then it's like yeah, and then I go, okay, now he's going upstairs. He's probably in his room though. All right, so I guess I'll shut this thing off for tonight. I don't think there's really anything else to talk about. And then I'm gonna see. I usually check Pluto Free TV and then YouTube. I guess if anybody cares. Back in the day when we tried to watch The Outer Limits and then they started charging us, like I couldn't even have any type of contact with my children where because clearly because of what was happening, I couldn't just talk to them. They were all fucking minors. I couldn't just talk to them on the internet. That's fucking crazy. I saw how people were attacking me and how depraved people are. So then when it's sort of like even them trying to watch me anonymously, people fucking stop them from doing. So I'm glad that people are dying. Absolutely. Right. So if I'm going to rebirth here for all eternity, a lot of people have to die. That's the only thing that clearly makes any logical sense. Let's see what's on Pluto Free TV. I don't know what Devereaux is. It sounds like it's probably bad, like it's got smut and stuff, and it just doesn't sound. The name of it just is a complete turnoff. The Killing of Sacred Deer. Hannibal. No. Splinter. Survive from a vicious what? Parasitic monster that transforms people into. Oh, this is the thing. Did I start watching this last night? It looks similar to the thing I started watching last night. I didn't think it was called Splinter though. It almost sounds like a Night of the Living Dead. I'm gonna hit play from start. Actually, I should put it on this one because that one has the headphones. This one might actually let me pause the films. Oh, I just paused it. But I can't plug headphones into that, but I can type on Twitter on it. I don't even know if I'm going to be doing that. But yeah, I'm going to shut this off now until tomorrow.